This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's day 3 in this Women's Tri-Series. We're looking forward to the Netherlands versus Scotland today. It's been a little bit windy, a little bit of rain overnight, but we're going to get a full game in and it starts right now. Everyone and welcome back to the ECN Network. It's going to be match 3 today. I'm really looking forward to this. The Netherlands and Scotland. We've had a bit of wild weather overnight. It's been very windy. We had a few rainstorms. We had some rain this morning as well. So that's why we've had a 30-minute delay due to a wet outfield. Now, the wet outfield, the patch is just on the right of the square. So it's probably where cover or mid-wicket would field. But hopefully, with this wind around, we're going to have a nice, safe game of cricket. And I can understand why the umpires have decided to take a little bit of a delay. Anyway, let's talk about these teams. Scotland, they came here, they started slowly, but they're a very strong lineup, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how they will bounce back today. For the Netherlands, what a fantastic win yesterday versus Thailand. Ster Kallis is here, who's probably the biggest name in Dutch women's cricket history. She's been playing and plying her trade in England and around the world. I can't wait to see her bat and maybe bowl a few overs as well. It should be an exciting game. It's Wednesday, so it's moving day early in this competition, but if for Scotland, you don't want to have 2 losses straight away because it's very hard to play catch up after that. So anyway, we'll get to the toss. Finally, we get to the toss with Adrian van Dries, who is our match referee.
This is head, toes, head, toes. Up to you, your call. Toes called, and it is a head. Netherlands win the toss and field first. Up to Curry.
Thank you very much and welcome back everyone around the world. We've got more cricket action coming to you live on the European Cricket Network. It's match number 3 in this Women's Tri-Series out here in the Netherlands. And looking forward to this one. Old rivals, Netherlands versus Scotland. And the Dutch winning the toss, electing to bowl first, as we'll have a quick look at the 2 lineups today. And some very good names and some talent on each side. I think one of the biggest names obviously coming in for the Dutch, Ster Kallis at the bottom there, listed obviously. Will bat in that top order, a very talented cricketer and one to look out for. Plied her trade all around the world. Babette de Leede looked really good the other day, as did Zwilling. Look out for the tall Dutch seamer. On Scotland's side, well, they didn't have the best start, but Lister the other day looked really good with bat in hand, looking to keep and obviously make a few runs opening the batting here. And everyone else in that lineup want to obviously impress their coaches and come out a little bit stronger today as we have a look at the cloudy weather. It's windy here. We did have a lot of rain overnight, but thankfully that is cleared. And a quick shower this morning, I was told by the ground staff, and they've done a fantastic job to get this field dry and get us underway for some cricket action, because there was a little bit of a worry about the weather, but I think we're going to get a full 20 overs in. As you can see, some of the supporters, the Scottish supporters out there, and well, you can see how windy it is. It is blowing sideways today, windy Utrecht. So we'll see if the bowlers or the batsmen, if the batters, I should say, it does affect them. We'll have to wait and see because it is quite blustery. Good opportunity to welcome back everyone around the world. And I hope you're ready for this one. Lister and Carter, they're out in the middle. Zwilling has the new ball in her hand. The umpire's just waiting for the clock to tick over to 2:30 local time. And I believe we'll get underway with the very first delivery. But full 20 overs, the outfield has dried, and thankfully we should get a good game of cricket in. The forecast does look windy but clear for the rest of the day. So just waiting for that clock to tick over to 2:30. There it goes. Lister will take the first ball. He's willing to start. Here we go. Oh, it's a decent delivery first up. That bounced quite a bit and struck Lister up high on the arm. There's Seegers, the captain for the Dutch, who had no hesitation in winning the toss and electing to bowl first. That ball took off a little bit. Decent carry through. Zwilling is quick. Good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those on YouTube who have tuned in. Do feel free to get any questions or queries in throughout the day. It's really well bowled. Good start from Zwilling, who played fantastically the other day. 2 wickets during the bowling innings and also 2 run-outs. And also some good news. We're going to have a bit of a guest commentator join us in the second innings. We'll keep it a surprise for now, but let's just say they're going to the ODI World Cup this year. They're going to join us in the commentary cube. Oh, short again, and what a shot from Lister. Well, not too deterred from copping that one on the arm a couple of balls ago. Crunched it. Lovely shot, and that goes away for 4 through backward square. So the first boundary in match number 3 of this tournament. It's a gorgeous shot from Lister. Deep in the box. Pulls it away, and that was for the moment it left the bat. So Scotland obviously didn't have the day they would have liked against Thailand in match 1, but don't discredit them. They're a talented lineup, and if things can go their way, they'll be looking to put a decent score on the board here. As Zwilling goes back to her favoured length. Tall, fast bowler. Good pace. Gets it through. This does promise to be a good game. I reckon we're going on for a close one. We've had 2 matches that were won quite comfortably. Maybe today's the day we get a close game and right down to the wire. We'll have to wait and see. As that's in the air, is that going to be a chance? It could be. Oh, great effort. Came barreling in. They're going to get back for 2. It was like a thickish top edge from Lister, and it ballooned in the air. Almost carried to deep square. That was Hannah Land here at deep square, who came flying in just at the last moment. Couldn't get down in time, but half a chance, if that. So 2 more runs to the tally. And bowl, what a nurry! Well, Zwilling offers an absolute corker to start match number 3. That's a seed. And this young, talented Dutch bowler has so much talent oozing out. And that is a seriously good ball to cop early. Lister, one of the key Scottish bats, has to go. Now, I'm going to enjoy looking at this. Goes to shape away and just decks back in slightly. That is a corker of a delivery. That's textbook. That's beating many players around the world. There goes the death rattle, and you can see how happy the Dutch are. That's a massive wicket, and Zwilling just continues a fine tournament. The first one will go down. That's 1 over gone, and score is 6 for 1. Let's have a closer look. Just watch this ball. Goes to shape away, and just comes back enough. Yeah, corker. Corker of a delivery. There's plenty of superlatives you can give that, but you got to feel for Lister a bit there. That is not one you want to get in the very first over of a match. That's getting through many people's defences. A lot of people in the chat, the ECN robots, put a couple of polls in there early, so always feel free to interact. And, yeah, a few people mentioning the lunches. I was very happy when I saw Utrecht was Kampong Cricket Club was on the hosting list, because by far, I know everyone at the KCP will be listening in Dutch cricket, the lunches at Kampong are #1 by a country mile. Phenomenal. Thank you everyone for hosting us out here. As Lynch will bowl her first delivery to Carter, and it's a loose one, it's in the air, and that's going to be pulled away just for a single. Lynch bowled 3 overs in the power play versus Thailand. I thought did a very, very good job just tying up an end, not going for too many boundaries. So Jack has come out batting at number 3, out there early. The Netherlands were very aggressive with their fields the other day as well versus Thailand. It'll be interesting to see if they keep that up again. Oh, that's really close. Gone. Yeah, I think that's the right decision. Well, my first look was when you move across and look to play the sweep shot, you've got to try and get hit outside the line, but this was on off stump, and for me, my first look looked like that was out. It's going to be a golden duck for Jack, and we'll slow this down. Pitch is just outside off. That's hit in line with off stump, and that's going to hit the stumps. Good umpiring. You can understand as the batter wants to go outside off stump to play the sweep shot so that you get struck outside the line, but unfortunately it actually hit maybe on the inside part of the pad, meaning it was in line with the stumps and the correct decisions made. So Scotland now big trouble early as 2 wickets have gone down. And Netherlands, well, what a great start for them. Winning toss, selecting the bowl. Have a look again. Let us know what you think in the chat. Pitching just outside. That's striking in line with the off stump, and that's going on to hit middle stump. Easy decision for the umpire in the end. And disappointment for the Scottish early here. 2 down. Chiteri coming out at number 4 probably a lot earlier than would have hoped for. Oh, goes the reverse. First ball. Well, brave batting really, isn't it? And the team has been rolled. And the other day, they didn't make many runs, and at 7 for 2, it's brave to go first ball, but I do like it. I like it when batters take the game on and back their ability. So Chideri gets off the mark with a little single to start. They've got to be careful here, Scotland. The Netherlands are riding high on a lot of confidence from the other day. As that's well bowled from Lynch, who gets a little bit of off spin. Seems to always land it on quite a good length. A lot of responsibility bowling some off spin in the power play also. And again, that length is immaculate. Just making sure landing it on that length. There's not too much help in the surface for the spinners, it has to be said. It's a pretty true wicket. And once again, well bowled, just pushed into the offside. And what a dream start this is for the Netherlands. All the supporters out here and a few members of the KNTB, they'll be wrapped with this as the score is 8 for 2. See a few people in the chat mentioning Derek the Duck is a little impression we usually have on the screen, but not for T20 eyes. Too professional for that. Look at that table. And, well, the Netherlands, with that win yesterday, haven't had a loss in the competition. Thailand and Scotland both had a loss so far. So the Dutch, the home nation, will be thinking another win here, get to the top of that table after the first few games, and they take a step closer to potentially lifting that trophy. But really looking forward to seeing Zwilling here. Zwilling is an impressive bowler, great action, tall, fast, and has a happy knack of bowling a corker of a delivery. It's really well kept from Babette Delater, who is cousin to Bus Delater, who put his name up in lights the other day. As that must have just only ballooned off the pad as there was no appeal. Yeah, Bus Delater, obviously taking that international 5-wicket haul and a century in the one game, is the cousin of Babette, who's a very handy opening batsman herself. So that's pushed into the offside for another dot ball. Dream start this is for the Netherlands. They're controlling this power play. And obviously won the toss, electing to bowl first. We mentioned there was a bit of cloud cover. The covers were on overnight and this morning. Maybe there's a little bit of moisture in that pitch to get some sideways movement out of it. Nice shot. Oh, lovely shot from Chiteri, who's come out with some, with some positivity, considering that 2 early wickets, a reverse lap first ball, and then punches it through the offside. Gorgeous shot for 4. Not the worst ball you'll ever see, but really well cut through square point, and second boundary of this T20I. And Zwilling back on the money. Right on the length and line that she'll want to operate on. Scotland may be feeling a bit of the pinch here. Thailand bowled extremely well to them the other day as well. And they're coming up against a Dutch team that has a lot of confidence. That's pushed into the leg side, and that'll just be a single. So Chideri's come out with a bit of flow in the batting, looking quite good. Can Carter get going as well? Made a duck, unfortunately, the other day. We'll be wanting to correct their wrongs and hopefully make a few runs. Oh, what a ball. Unbelievable. Zwilling just has this happy knack of bowling a Jaffa. Oh, yeah. That's real good. Sensational bowling from Zwilling, who looks like a wicket taker of the highest order. Another over goes. The Dutch in control early of this women's T20I. Score is 13 for 2. As Lynch will continue with this slingy sort of spin. Some skid on as well. Very effective bowler. Looking for that reverse paddle again, Chiteri. And well, the field is sort of in a position that it's not the worst option. There's no sort of fine short third man or third, so it's not the worst option if you do get off the bat. Probably race away for 1 or 2. If you get it out the meat, maybe a 4. Oh, goes for that sweep shot again. And well, must have caught a little bit of glove here because no signal from the umpire. Caught a little bit of bat on the way through, or maybe some pad. So no signal from the umpire. See if I can pick it up. Yeah, that looked like it skimmed the arm. It's good umpiring. No runs given there. No wide anyway. There it is again. That one turns a little bit from Lynch because the length's further back. I'll give you a hint as well. Our guest commentator, he would like the reverse sweeps that he's seeing from Chiteri. If you can figure out who it is, I'll be impressed. Again, this time it's a top hedge that goes into the body. So dot ball. A lovely start from the Netherlands. Lynch just asked the right questions. Chiteri still wants to play this little reverse lap, and with only one fielder behind point, I do understand. Just mis-execution that time. Oh, and gets the sweep out of an extremely full delivery. If that had been missed, I think that's going to go cannoning into the stumps. So just the one last ball here for Lynch, who's doing a fantastic job at the pavilion end. Nice message in the chat from Pierce Fletcher. It says, hello Corey, how good is Iris Zwilling at bowling? Lovely action, you're right. I think a lot of people have been impressed from Zwilling so far. Fantastic bowling action, some serious pace. As we see a shot of aggression that's going to plug on the outfield. That is a tad slower today due to the overnight rain in this morning's shower. So just a 1 for Carter. Lynch, fantastic figures so far of 1 for 4. And with 4 overs gone, it's all the Dutch at the moment out here in Kampong. The score is 15 for 2. So a lot going on the ECN network, and I have said all week, if you are new to the network, we are currently simultaneously live in 3 different countries, but this is what's going on in Malta, the Medina Cup, Malta and versus Luxembourg, France versus Luxembourg. We're here now for Netherlands, Scotland, and then Malta versus France also a little bit later. So plenty of action going on, and well, if you like cricket, you've come to the right place because yeah, we love cricket on the ECN, and we are everywhere all day, every day. Oh yeah, we work a lot of hours, but we love it. We love it for the game and to promote European cricket, which I think there's so much hidden talent. Rabeen Reich's going to come into the attack. Took 2 wickets in her first over yesterday. A little bit of a way swing usually. Some go on with the arm. Dangerous bowler. Bowling the 5th. Well bowled, good length. Nice start from Reich. And ABD in the chat has a guess, says it might be Scott Edwards as the guest commentator. Maybe. We'll see. Good guess, I reckon. A few people asking why there's so many reverses early, but with the field that's set, maybe I can show you the next over. There's only a point. There's no backward points. If you do get it off the bat, it's a pretty safe shot. It's more an execution thing. And again, really good bowling from Reich. And the Dutch have, for me, basically picked it up where they left it the other day. They played an almost flawless game yesterday. versus Thailand. Thailand ranked 11th in the world, the Dutch ranked 18th, and the Dutch came out, won the toss, bowled, and just bowled it in the right areas for 20 overs, strangled them the whole innings, and then chased it down very comfortably. It was a very professional win overall. This time opens the shoulders and it's hit pretty well straight. This outfield is going to test it out. He'll get back for 2. And Carter starting to open the shoulders a little bit. Doesn't want to chew too many deliveries, and you can understand it is in the power play at the moment. Punched over the top for 2. Don't mind that. Why not? In the power play, back your ability. Sometimes over the top is better than on the ground. And again, tries to open the shoulders, gets a little bit of luck as it's squeezed out to Delang at 45. I'm sure we'll see bowl after the power play, leg spin bowler. And looking forward to seeing if she can get more purchase out of the surface. Bowled really well the other day. Pierce Fletcher asking who's favourite player in the Netherlands women's team. I think all of them. I don't have a favourite. Just like to see the national representatives of each country. See how they go about their business. Always an honour when you're representing your country. That one angled in at the stumps and can only be dug out by Chiteri, who's admittedly come out and showed the right intent and looking to get on with the game. So last ball of this 5th. I think the Dutch, if they don't concede a boundary in this ball, they'll feel like they've won another over. It's all about winning overs consecutively in T20 cricket, creating pressure for the opposition to play maybe a loose stroke or 2. Oh, that's a wide-ish delivery and signal to wide. So that'll have to be bowled again from Reich. See some of the supporters in the background. The Scots have flown a few over as well. Good to see. Ground is looking magnificent. Big credit to all the ground staff for that. We're able to get it up and fit to play today. A lot of rain did fall overnight. That might be a wide as well. Just losing a little bit of rhythm at this back end, Reich, who bowled a pretty good over up until this point. Fuller, driven away through mid-wicket. Nice looking strokes, found a gap and seems to have picked up a bit of legs there. Seeger's the captain, will do the chasing and they'll go for 2. So in the end, those extras and the extra ball actually help out Scotland quite a bit because the over will go for 7. That's in the right direction for Scottish fans. And at the end of 5 overs, I believe it's 22 for 2. Bit of a homage to Richie Beno. We love the old 20 cheer for cheer. God bless the big man. Commentator's dream, Richie Beno. As Lynch will continue bowling all of her overs in the power play once again. Big responsibility. One's a little bit shorter and cut nicely, but straight to the fielder. And the Dutch have looked pretty clean in the field so far as well. Plenty of noise out there as well. Flighted, that's a nice stroke. That's going to go over the top as Willing at mid-off. And while they should double back for 2, and they will. So you can definitely see Carter has taken maybe more of the initiative to play more aggressive shots through the air. Just opening that stance slightly and popping that over mid-off for another 2. That's one of the first loose deliveries we've seen from the Netherlands, but it's not capitalised on, unfortunately. I think Carter will be disappointed. That's a low full toss on the leg stump, and they're one of the balls you want to maybe try open up and get it over mid-wicket, or potentially get it behind square, but can only pick out deep square leg, so just the single, and Lynch gets away with that. Again, down the leg side, just losing their line a little bit. Good question coming in. Piers Fletcher asking about the past score. Tough to tell, actually. Bit of moisture in the pitch. The boundaries are big, about 60, 62 metres. I believe they can have them as short as 55 for women T20Is. But the outfield has gone a little bit slow due to the weather, so maybe. So that's pushing the leg side. I would say maybe if you bat well, you should still be able to go at 120. I still think that we haven't seen the best of the batting from a few of the sides still, but a runner ball is still more than capable. Just need a batter to get in and play an innings of substance. Here we go, that reverse Malachi again, that's missed. That has to be close, or is that spinning down the leg side? Oh, we'll have a closer look. That 6 overs gone, 25 for 2. How close is this one? Yeah, that's a fair enough decision. Pretty sure that's sliding down. It actually clips the front pad on the way through. Angle coming in. Yeah. It's close, it's thereabouts, but I can understand why the umpire thinks that one's not out. And another dot ball, so pretty good start. These are our upcoming events, and if you are joining the ECN for the first time to watch these women internationals, we go everywhere with T10 and T20 cricket. We're in Budapest, Malta and Netherlands right now, all at the same time. Then we're off to Czech Republic, Portugal T10, I'm over there for a couple of evenings, looking forward to that. Switzerland at the end of the month and the start of August. And then after that, I tell you, we've got more coming up. I believe Rome's on the list. We've got a bit of Croatia. We're in Cardiff, Spain. So, yeah, we get around over 1,700 live games a year. So if you do like cricket, you've probably come to the right place, because you can watch all of it live. So give us a follow on the European Cricket Network on all of our social media. As it looks like Rabeen Reich has been given the early replacement, which is surprising. Mockenball will come on with some off spin, and I know Rabeen Reich bowled a couple of wides, but didn't think it was the worst first over. A little bit of more slingy sort of off spin. Heard Nathan Horitz about that. Beats the bat. In the air, and gosh, dropped. Oh no, Van Oostrum unfortunately has dropped quite a simple chance that should have been dismissed. And it was not hit particularly well. It ballooned in the air. And Van Oostrum usually would swallow that, but unfortunately has put that one down. And the next ball is plugged over the top. Great fielding from Zwilling, who is a genuine athlete. Right to a right and keeps it to 1. If that had gone through, that might have gone for 4. Going over, skidded on. There's Zwilling for you, mid-off. Fantastic fielder, all-round cricketer. I start this from Mockenball, who should have had a wicket, really. Again, hit hard, and Van Oostrum makes a small mends, and that's good. Sometimes cricket can be a tough game. Unfortunately, had a diamond duck the other day as well, so a little bit of confidence will help, and that stop will do just a little bit of that. Oh, and that must have been close to the off stick. Just sneaking through. It's been a pretty impressive over. Racing through the over as well. Oh, that's pulled beautifully this time. Skids on a little bit. Well fielded. The Dutch fielding's been good. And that's just going to be a single. So Mockenball races through an over in maybe less than a minute and 30 seconds. And the score after 7 overs is 27 for 2 as I welcome everybody out to the Dream Box. And, well, this is where we are in beautiful Utrecht. A little bit of rain overnight. If you haven't seen us before, European Cricket Network's like a beautiful sandwich. You can see on the bottom of your screens there. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. What is that? TikTok? And I'm not too sure what that other symbol is. YouTube? Too many social media things these days for me. But no, great to have you all with us. 1,700 plus games a year. Great to be in the Netherlands for women's T20Is. I know we're starting to do more women's events. I think I was in Cardiff at the start of the year to watch Spain play there. The women's of Spain was great, so it's fantastic to be invited out here. And if you do like it, give us a mention, give us a like. Let us know what you think, because I think we want to keep doing more women's cricket action. As Lynch will bowl out, and I'm not surprised because she's bowled fantastically again. Just the single out to square leg. And the spin is working a treat. Fantastic start. So 7.1 overs gone, 28 for 2. That's going to be potentially wides. We'll have to watch the umpiring decision. He's called it early, so wide +1. That helps the kitty as they keep trucking along. I do have good news that our guest commentator has arrived extra early, so we'll have to see if we do get him on potentially earlier than planned. We'll give him a bit of rest first. It's been a big month. That's pulled away. Nice looking shot, and well, that will be a single. So that's pushed straight to the field. This could be a run out, and that will be a single. So really, really good start there. As getting out of the crease super quickly and just getting a 1. Sorry, I apologise. We're just setting up our guest commentator with the microphone who's having a bit of fun in the background. We might get him in after 10 overs as that ball's bowled. Oh, Lynch has bowled an absolute jaffa. Oh, flied it in on 4th, 5th stump, spins it. Chicheri goes for a favoured sweep shot, and that clatters into off stump. What a ball. Dutch are on, and they've been fantastic the whole time. So another wicket goes. Look at this. This starts on about 5th stump and turns. Oh, yeah. That's a very good delivery. That's up there with Zwillings before, who bowled a corker as well. And Scotland, they're on the fence at the moment. Another wicket will go, and the score now starting to look at slight danger signs for the Scots, who need to build a partnership. Chicheri goes 32 for 3. So 32 for 3. 16 deliveries until we get to the 10 over mark. So we're looking at a little bit of trouble as Hago will come out at number 5 and under the pump a little bit. Lynch has bowled an exceptional spell, all 4 overs from the one end. And you can see the Dutch squeeze. They've got 7 in the ring. I like it. Flight it again. No, it's well timed, and Hago gets off the mark. And we'll just have a little look at this field, and this is what the Dutch have been very aggressive at doing. Heather Seegers, the captain, spoke about this. They're dropping mid-on back now, but still 6 fielders in the ring, and we're in the 8th over. They try and keep the pressure on. I know my guest commentator, actually, who will join us a little bit earlier in 2 overs time, will be a big fan of that. Also keeps his fields aggressive, if you can work out who it is. Last ball of this 8th over. Oh, a little bit of lift, and Lynch finishes with fantastic figures once again. 2 for 13 of her 4 overs. Carter still there after opening the bank, 10 off 18, but the score is all the 3s now. It's 33 for 3. And you look at that scorecard, it just hasn't got going again for Scotland. Zwilling with a sensational ball to Lister, who looked so good the other day. And then Lynch has capitalised. Jack went for a sweep shot first ball, probably wasn't on, and was the right decision from the umpire. So we're going to see more right arm off spin. Spin is in operation today for the Netherlands. They'll be fancying their chances here. And a big win here and being 2-0 in this tournament on the Wednesday. Starting to get closer to that trophy. It's well bowled, and just another dot ball. Mockenball should have had a wicket in her first over, but kept it pretty straight, pretty tight lines. Oh, bowled. Sneaks it through the gate again, and the Dutch are just on fire. Well, they're keeping it straight, trying to bring all modes of dismissal into the game, and again, a little bit of spin through the gate, and yeah, you can see the disappointment there. It hurts, it's a tough game, it's cruel, but that one spins through. Right arm off spin, starting on that fourth stump this time, and just through the gate, hitting the topper off, and has to be said, the lengths the Dutch are bowling, that's 3 dismissals that have hit the top of off. And they are having a great time out there. Shane Dietz, the national coach on the side, must be very happy indeed, and all the spectators and supporters that have come down today, because Netherlands are romping away with this. As Scotland need a partnership. And can they get one from Watson, who's come out to join Carter? Flighted delivery, and what a shot. First ball, Watson's come out and moosed that down the ground. Well, I wasn't expecting that. To be completely honest with you, I was expecting more a defensive stroke and maybe build into, but Watson's thought, I've seen enough. And what a shot first ball. Well, we haven't seen much of that in the competition so far. That's a gorgeous stroke, and handy runs. Quicker and clicked away, and well, if they're quick, there's 2 here because that's in a hole. Great fielding, cannon of an arm. It's a land here out there. Look out for her a little bit later when she bowls. Bowls rockets, quite quick, slinging sort of action. Might have a look at soon. Carter, 10 off 18. Can she get going a little bit down the crease? A nice looking stroke, but another dot ball. Plenty of people in the chat saying the Dutch are looking fantastic, and they really are. They've carried on their form from yesterday, has to be said. It's a little bit shorter, well cut away. That should definitely be 2 if they can touch and go here. It's a big throw on that right side of your screen. They will get back for 2, so better intent from the Scots. 9 overs are gone, and they've gone themselves to 40 for 4. So have a look at those bowling figures, and it's been an all-round display so far. Zwilling set the standard with that beautiful ball to Lister on the 6th ball of the match. Lynch did her job again, 2 for 13, 4 overs at the top in a row. And now we're going to enjoy this bowler coming in. DeLang, leg spin, tricky leg spin. Bowled exceptionally well to Thailand the other day. Good flight, gets it to turn more than any of the other spinners I've seen in the competition so far. And perfect time to come in as a leggy when you have the opposition on the ropes a little bit. And also some very exciting news. We will have our guest speaker from the next over. You've got 6 balls to guess who it is, as I mentioned earlier. Likes a reverse sweep and is going to the World Cup. And if you can't pick those 2 together, then Sudoku isn't your game. There's DeLang, first ball to Watson, who's, has to be said, come out with some really good intent. Well bowled. A little bit slow through the air, but well bowled. Oh, that's a little bit of a wrong one, I think. Maybe, just not much purchase of that. Another dot ball. What a great time for DeLang to come in. We saw her bowl on the network in Gibraltar earlier in the year when the Dutch ladies came across. Oh, and that's stumped. Lovely hands. Babette Delater has got the wicket. And what we had to touch on that the umpires have to make their decision live. We don't have the use of, well, LRS, we like to call it, the limited review system. But doesn't matter. It's given out. Delaying with a little bit of flight. Watson wanting to hit that over the top. Has to go. We have a look here. Good flight. And pass the bat. Easy hand. And there's a bit of purchase, a bit of bounce, and another wicket's going to go. You can see good hands, quick hands, and an easy decision for the umpire. And Scotland struggling big time as a wicket goes. Good to see a few people in the chat trying to guess the player. A few, Piers Fletcher saying Noah Kroos, almost. Not a bad guess, actually. And a few others saying maybe Scott. Well, I'll give another hint just before our guest commentator is to come. He actually has one of the records on the ECN, 137, which could arguably be his biggest cricketing highlight still. So we'll have to ask that one because I know there's a few now. Scotland need to find a way to score, and Nicole coming out. They're in trouble here, and they're running the risk of potentially being bundled out early. I would love to see Heather Seegers be a bit aggressive here and maybe put a slip in as well, just to really try and amplify that pressure. Got a bit shorter this time and pulled away, so just the dot ball. Flighted, swept, just the single. Another guest coming in through saying maybe is it Hino Kun? Incorrect. I know everyone wants to know who it is, but one more ball. We'll bring in our guest speaker who will be going to the World Cup in India. Lucky boy. Last ball of the 10th. What a lovely start this is from Delang. Cut nicely, but there is a sweeper out there at deep cover. That will take us to the end of 10 overs. So, lovely start here from the Dutch. The score after 10 overs is 42 for 5. And, well, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Dutch Netherlands skipper, captain Scotty Edwards. Scotty, how are you?
Very well, Corey. No, pleasure to be here. I was watching the ladies yesterday put on a great performance. So, yeah, looking forward to hopefully more of the same today.
Good to have you here, Scotty. Good to have you supporting the Dutch, and at 42 for 5, you must be pretty proud, and you've been pretty proud lately. Well done.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Yeah, I think the girls, as you said, have been sensational the last couple of days, and yeah, it was a pretty good week or month for the men over in Zimbabwe. So yeah, Dutch cricket's going well and strong at the moment, which is nice to see.
It does look like that as well. You guys have done phenomenally well in Zimbabwe to make it to the 10-team ODI World Cup, and the Dutch ladies tied the series last week in the overseas 1-1 with Thailand, which is a great effort, and they've started this competition super well. So you're going to see a little bowling change again, back to some pace, and I don't mind that change. Why not? Sometimes some pace is always handy. I think that's Overdyke will bowl her first ball. And look, we got Scotty Edwards in. I know, thank you very much firstly for coming. And I know a lot of people want to ask a lot of questions, but how was the experience? How was Zimbabwe? How do you surmise what you've been able to achieve? Not easy.
No. I think we came into the tournament pretty confident with the way we were playing.
So that's going to be a wide down the leg side.
But yeah, obviously these tournaments are pretty tough. I mean, there's 10 teams, 2 spots. You play poorly in one game, and your tournament can be over. So yeah, really proud with the way the boys went about it. Yeah, I thought we were good throughout the tournament. Probably let ourselves down a little bit in that final.
Oh, so that's a big full toss and lovely Clippingtons from Carter. Will that go to the boundary? No. Good fielding and just the 2 to the total. Yeah, so obviously you go there. You don't have, well, you have some expectations, but not the highest. But at what stage did it sort of change in your mind? Thought, hold on, we could potential. Was there ever a stage you thought we could be on here to qualify? Or did it the whole time it just felt like it wasn't there, and then in the end you get there? Or at what stage do you feel that you believed you'd get there? So that's pulled nicely, and we will get a boundary. Lovely shot from Carter, who's been there the whole time. That's a nice shot, Scotty.
There's a lovely cricket shot there. Surely that's gone away.
Oh, it hasn't. Has it gone all the way? Brilliant fielding. Brilliant fielding from deep square. He tracked about 30 metres to the right and has kept it in. Just out of shot. And we'll have a little look here. Oh, I thought for all money I would have said that was gone for 4. And it slowed right up. Phenomenal.
Very slow little outfield.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain overnight, as you might have seen. So it has gone pretty slow and does affect what the pass score would be. As that's hit pretty well through mid-wicket. Carter's found some timing here, and that's another good shot, Scotty. They might come back for 3 here. It's a big boundary.
Yeah, good little bit of fielding there, but yeah, three runs. You
take it.
The Scots might need a few more of those if they're going to get themselves to a competitive total here.
Yeah, 50 up. Carter just finding some form. But yeah, so was there any stage you thought we're actually going to qualify, or?
I think right from the we obviously played 2 practice games against Sri Lanka and Ireland, which arguably should have beaten Sri Lanka, and then got over the line against Ireland. So two of the stronger teams there. So I think we took a lot of confidence from that.
So Overdyke just spraying that down the leg side for a wide.
And then obviously in our first game against the West Indies, we hit the Netherlands' highest ever score of 315, and obviously didn't bowl too well, and weren't able to defend it. But I think from that point, I think the guys took a lot of confidence, and then it was sort of onwards and upwards from there, I suppose.
Overdyke again and hit in the air. And, well, it's in the gap, and they might get 2 here. So Scotland, just for the first time in this game, starting to find their flow again. Yeah, and I can imagine for yourself, I mean, my main question for you is, what was bigger, beating Scotland or beating the Windies? Because the Windies win was the super over madness with Logan, but Scotland as well to qualify.
Yeah, if you'd asked me after the West Indies game, I would have said that is comfortably the best game of cricket I've been involved in. And if you asked me in the Scotland game, I probably would have said that's topped the Windies game because of how much it meant.
Jarred out.
Yeah, how much it meant to in terms of us qualifying. So yeah, it's a tough one. They're both pretty incredible games of cricket, and two games that I'll look back fondly on for a long period of time.
Well, say hello to the viewers, Scotty, because you laughed. So this is Scotty Edwards, national captain, who's going to Zimbabwe. Well, no, he's been to Zimbabwe. He's going to India because they qualify for the World Cup. And for many people that don't know, Scotty, you played on the network, ECN. Tell us about your memories from that trip. 137 in the final.
Yeah, it was a lovely little trip to Spain, that one. I suppose before the ECN was up and running, there wasn't a whole lot of coverage on European cricket. And then all of a sudden we were playing in the first edition, and I had friends back home in Australia watching it on Foxtel. And we obviously won the tournament. So I know it was always hold fond memories of the ECN, and good to be back involved, I suppose.
The ECN keeps on growing, but it is great to have some women T20 matches going on, as that's past the outside edge for a dot ball. And a lot of people asking some questions saying congratulations, Scotty, and a lot of people really are happy for you. And Stephen Kelk jumping in there saying well done and fantastic. And he's got a good question for us, for you, which I'll give you after this delivery. That's hit pretty well to mid-off. And a few questions coming in. Anyone at the World Cup, Scotty, that you're looking forward to facing the most? I mean, you're up against the top other 9 nations in the world. I know you're born in Australia, but Dutch passport holder and Dutch heritage. But is there anyone you're super looking forward to facing, as that's timed, well, not timed too well, but down the ground for 1? Starkey?
Starkey, you're right, swinging one back into the boards. I don't know. I think we're obviously looking forward to all 9 games, and hopefully putting together a few good performances. I don't know, individual bowler-wise.
Give us a name. You got one up your sleeve, don't you? So that's cut away nicely. Just another single.
All right, I'll give you Rashid Khan. I'm looking forward to a little battle in there.
Yeah, that's a pretty good name. Very talented. off-spin leg spin bowler, you could call. Bit of both. And Siddharth with another very good question. What will be the Netherlands' approach, Scott, on the Indian playing surfaces? And that's a very good question because that's going to be something a lot of the players haven't had before, as that's pushed to the offside for a dot.
Yeah, I think we'll obviously look into a little bit of the stats and those sort of analytics at all the different grounds. From what I know, they all play a little bit differently, so I don't know if it's one ground suits all sort of thing.
So it's a lovely shot. Zwilling, oh, gets a paw on it. And I reckon that little fingertips actually saved the boundary in the end. And I think that's Ster Callis out there that's going to get around and keep it to 2. Nice looking shot, but just the 2 runs. We'll have a look at the replay, Scott. Half a chance. Quarter.
No, if anyone was going to catch it,
Zwilling's
a couple of unbelievable run-outs I was watching yesterday. So if anyone was, I'd be giving her the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, so 57 for 5. We look at that worm and just hasn't really got going. They're trying their best. But yeah, so what you think about the wickets, that it's a little bit, all the pitches play differently, but how do you prepare the guys? A lot of the guys haven't played in India.
Yeah, I think there's obviously going to be a fair bit of that coming down to our preparation. And yeah, I think we're on the lookout for some fixtures and some training camps or that sort of thing in subcontinent conditions to sort of prepare the boys. I think a few of us have spent some time over in India and those sort of things, but yeah, we'll obviously have a fair amount of prep and that sort of thing, hopefully in those conditions to get us ready.
Yeah, as Malcolm Ball will come back into the attack, no more pace, and well, edged away through backward point, and that's going to be at least 2. And credit to McCall and Carter here are starting to get some momentum in the chase. Good question has just come through from David Tran. And now this is a good question because you were out there. Hi, Scott. How good was Logan Van Beek's super over against the Windies? Was that the best hitting you've ever seen? And considering you were at the other end, you had probably, arguably, the greatest view any human could have.
Yeah, that is a very good question. I've got a good story about that one, actually.
All right, well, segue into that with, oh, this could be wides, or has it clipped the pad? We'll have to wait and see what the umpire's decision is here, and runs actually. But go on, give it to us.
Yeah, so obviously after the game finished, we were trying to figure out who was going to be batting in the super over, and you know, Maxi's obviously played in a super over against Zimbabwe before, and not many of us have otherwise had experience.
So that is hit straight back into McCall. Well, one of those ones, dot ball.
But yeah, we ended up going with Tasia, who'd made a few runs earlier that day, myself, and then Logan was probably first man to put his hand up to go back out there. He was pretty keen to finish the job.
Malcolm Ball, nice sweep shot, and that might go for 4. Well, it's going to test this plush sort of outfield shot. And Scotty Carter looks like she's found her touch.
Yeah, I got a lot of time for that sort of sweep shot.
Yeah, well, the old sweep. You're happy with that? Tell us about this sweep shot. You know it.
Yeah, open the front leg out. So she wants to go a little bit straighter there. Obviously, no one out at long on or cow corner there, just a mid-wicket. So yeah, I think a bit of crafty batting there. Saw the gap and saw the opportunity.
Good call. If you want to learn about sweep shots, you've tuned in at the right time, I dare say, as that's cut nicely to backward point and just the dot ball. But yeah, continue on with Logan.
Yeah, anyway, so we said, okay, Logan, if you're keen on it, mate, it's all yours. So yeah, went out there with him and I said, oh, you know, do you want to face it or what? And he goes, I'm having it. I said, all right, I'm happy for you to have it, mate.
As Carter comes down, dot ball will finish. So 13 overs gone, 64 for 5.
Yeah, so he was a little bit of a man possessed when he was out there. He wasn't talking too much, so I was happy to just let him go on with it. And he hit the first one for 4, I think, and then sort of gave him the fist pump. Hit the next one for 6, gave him the fist pump. Still no words. Next one 4, and at this stage I'm thinking, geez, if we get a couple of singles and 2s here, we'll probably get to 22, and that'll be a nice little score to defend. But no, I didn't say anything, and he's just gone 6 next ball. I'm like, all right, that's probably enough now, Logs. We'll just get across to the other end. And anyway, he just kept going, and it was some incredible hitting. But probably the best part was I obviously got to see it from that end, and then I got to see it another 28 times because I was rooming with him. So every night before bed for for a good 20 minutes, we'd watch the replay together. And
as Delane continues and hits straight to me, I can't imagine some of the egos that would have been going around in the room that night.
It was good fun.
Credit to Logan. I think actually that's going to be a record for a long time. 30 in a super over. I don't think we'll see that beaten in many years. As that's a play and miss outside the off stump. And
yeah, definitely not from just off the bat. The only thing I could possibly think is if someone starts spray gunning and get a couple of 5 wides on the board. But yeah, 30 runs straight off the bat.
Yes, cut away, and they'll think about 2. It is a big boundary, but land here does good, keeps it to 1. But no, I completely agree. It's 30 is a lot. Phenom Struck has come in with a fairly fair question. I think most humans want to ask. Tell us about the after party of qualifying. I don't know how much you can say, but there must have been a pretty fun time together.
Yeah, no, it was good. We sort of all went we were staying in the same hotel as.
Delaying. Hit straight to mid-on.
We were in the same hotel as Scotland, so obviously there was a fair bit of disappointment in their camp. So we tried to keep it reasonably tame while we got back, and then we headed into one of the back rooms, our team room.
That's a good bit of respect, as this one's cut straight to cover, top ball.
Yeah, and just sort of hung out, and yeah, obviously had a couple of beers and just enjoyed everyone's company and celebrated the success. And yeah, I'm sure there are a few sore heads the next morning.
Understandable, as that's hit beautifully over wide mid-wicket. That will be 4, and Scott Carter looks like she's found her touch.
Yeah, no, I got a lot of time for this. You'd almost be considering bringing up one of those mid-offs and just dropping 3 out on the leg side with the way she's looking to attack these bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. As Scotland, well, they're recovering after a slow start into a couple of the fans out there. And look at that scorecard. It was a big middle order collapse, Scott, but Carter's been there the whole time. Key in the innings. If she can bat through, maybe make it 50, they could get up to something to defend.
What are we thinking's a par total out here?
It was asked about me before, but tough to tell. I said 120.
Yeah.
I think the pitch is good. If you bat well, and they're going to just get a little bit of a drink, as it is actually gone quite warm out here in Utrecht. And yeah, here's a good question. ECN, the robot, I'm not too sure who that would be. There's some of the fans that have come out, Scots and Dutch, and this is a very good question. Have you ever tried to sweep every ball of an innings or not sweep any ball for a whole innings? Look, there's a lot of talk about your sweep shot. Everyone's sweepologist, whatever you call. Have you gone out there before and swept every single ball? Because I feel like you might have.
I'm not sure. I don't think that's.
I think your percentage numbers of sweeps to normal cricket shots now is 80-20. It looks like Malcolm Ball will continue, and well, the Dutch might feel like they need a wicket just to calm things down a little bit. As that's a play and miss.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure about either of those two. I think it's a bit of a boring answer, but if it's there, you do it. If it's not, you don't. So.
Well, they've put the highlights back up of your 137 in the chat from the ECN, and that's gone down the leg side, swept away, ironically. That should be a dot ball. Question from Chris Shinkle, slightly controversial one if you can answer it or not. Bit of a tangent. What do you think of the MCC's idea to scrap bilateral ODI, Scotty? Put you on the spot with that one, hasn't he? Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I only briefly heard that in the last couple of days, so I don't know too much about it.
As that's Moose, but could be caught. Oh, well, it's a fair effort. That's Landier out there who gets the throw in. They'll get back for 2, and Scott, you have to ask, should that have been held?
Yeah, I think it's probably one that you should be taking. And the way Scotland's going, that would have been a pretty handy one just to stem those runs for the last 6 or so overs here.
Well, it's actually quite a fair hit. It's a big boundary out there, and many other grounds that would have been 6. Again, across the line, but not a bad shot for 1. And yeah, there are a few people saying your innings in ECL Final 19 felt like it was only sweep shots. And I'll tell you what, there's quite a few. You know, back then, there was a joke through the company. They used Kookaburra turfs then. We don't now. We're using a lot cheaper. But back then, you were losing a lot of... We lost a lot of money from edition number 1.
They go a long way, the old Kookaburra turf, compared to...
Yeah, compared to what we use now, as Carter opens up, and a nice shot for 1. Question coming through from Kroom. Thanks for your question, Kroom. Congrats, Scott. How much of a lift will this be for Dutch cricket? have been little bits in the past with Tendo's 100 versus England. Getting through to the World Cup like this will encourage more to play, question mark. How big is it? How big is what you've achieved?
Yeah, it's a good question. I suppose it's something that we...
That's cut straight to the field.
It's something we probably won't understand until a little bit later on, I suppose, in terms of, I don't know, what sort of media coverage it will get in the news over here, and yeah, how much it will encourage people to play. You know, that's always been one of our big things of, you know, trying to grow the sport in the Netherlands, and you know, obviously how we are over here as people and players, and you know, performances on the board are two big things that so we think sort of contribute to that. So yeah, that's obviously our hope that it'll grow it, and I think, you know, making the World Cup's one thing, and then obviously performing and you know, playing some good games of cricket over there is, you know, probably something that's even more important for us now.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it will grow the game financially. It helps, and I think a lot of young Dutch kids would have watched what happened. They'll be very excited. That's a top edge. This could be caught. Babette Delader can't get there. A little bit of luck this time for Carter, as that top edge sweep shot has ballooned away for one. Question came in about this rowing of the boat. Now, this was a bit of a mantra for your sort of tournament, where obviously I think Ryan Cook, your head coach, had brought it up. Can you give us a little bit of a backstory of what that meant as DeLange comes in and low full toss, well swept away, just the one?
Yeah, so our theme for the tour was to row the boat, and it was something when we were in Amsterdam just before leaving, we actually linked up with a rowing club in Amsterdam, and they sort of taught us how to row, and we had a bit of fun in the canals there.
Oh, so that one's been dragged out. Can happen to the leg spinner sometimes, and bunted out to the offside, and a little bit of a mess, or misfield I should say. So Netherlands a little bit sloppy this time. But yeah, go on. So you're at a rowing club in Amsterdam. They taught you how to actually row, like Olympic style.
Yeah, like Olympic, and a little.
How
little
hard
skinny.
is it?
Oh, it's tough. Yeah, had a lot of calluses.
Not like the rowing machine up on the second floor.
No. But yeah, it was, and the idea was to sort of learn some lessons out of it. And for us to qualify, we felt like everyone had to play their part. And I know that's a little bit of a cliche, but for us, you know, we're not a team, you know, with 2 or 3 superstars or anything like that.
That's flighted. What a shot! That's big, and that's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 4. Well, what an innings this is from Carter, who Scotty comes into the commentary box, and all of a sudden there's runs. We should have had you back all week. And look, flighted delivery, good shot.
Yeah, no, she's fancying the spin here. Looks like heavily targeting that vacant mid-on region.
Well, it's a good shot against the spin, isn't it?
Yeah, but I feel like that's a bit of her swing arc here. I'm not too sure she's... Yeah, there we go. We've got...
So talk to us. You're the captain. What would you do?
Okay, I'm not too sure about this. We've brought square leg up and dropped long on, which I feel Carter might look to come across and sweep here.
Well, that's good call, Scotty, and that's why we have you in the box. That is called cricket education, people, as that swept away.
Probably a little bit unlucky. Didn't quite get that fine enough to get full value. But
so you think Carter right now is doing really well at just playing the angles and manipulating the field?
Absolutely. I think that's, yeah. Well, I think one of the key things about playing spinners, and yeah, she's showing she's got all different types of shots to open up the field here, and I just feel like they might need to bring some paces on or change the tactics a little bit here.
Well, you'll like that shot as well, as McCall jumps outside the off stump and sweeps that for 2. Since we've had you, Scott, the runs have been pouring in, which we haven't had most of the series. 16 overs gone.
I might have to jump off area. I feel like I'm a bit of a bad luck charm for
16 overs
the
gone.
Dutch ladies here.
84 for 5. Vinny Sandu is obviously listening. He says, welcome back to the commentary box, because I remember we had you in Alicante. I forgot about that. You did 5 to 10 overs. He also said, has your poker improved since Spain, October 2021?
It's interesting because I do remember this tournament. I believe I was heavily up early, and then I think I had an early flight the next day, so I had to pretty much throw my chips away for that the second half of that tournament, and obviously a couple of the newbies in that ECN crew, I think, ended up with the money there. Yeah,
for many people that don't know, Scotty knows most of the members on the blue crew that we talk about a lot, and didn't divulge in a poker night one night, and unfortunately was the first player out, and we've never let him forget it. as we do get to the next over. And the Dutch, I would say, for the very first time in the tournament, under the pump a little bit, and they go back to their spearhead. Scott, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Iris Willing, for me, I've been mightily impressive. Tall, fast.
Bats, bowls,
Bats,
fields.
bowls. Keeper up to something a bit later. This will be interesting. Here we go.
Oh, good keeping.
Well, how's that for hands,
Almost
Scotty?
a little bit of a leg side stumping opportunity there.
Yeah, it's very, very good keeping. As Willing just strays down the leg side, but have a look here off Babette. Little fumble at the end, but pretty clean.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Yeah, no, I'm a fan of this. I think try and get a little bit of control back with the pace bowlers here.
Edged away, and well, watch the spin, and should just be a single. Great question coming in from Patient Charambura. Did Scott Edwards learn to sing the famous Zimbabwean fan song?
To answer the question, pretty much.
Okay.
We didn't know the exact pronunciation of the words, but yeah, we knew the rough guide of the song, and we knew the sort of tune to it. So.
Oh, in the end, this should be the. Oh, it's a little bit of hard luck as it lands on short third, and Scotty can't be impartial. He says catch it.
Yes, apologies.
Well, that's okay. You are technically the Dutch skipper, and yeah. So you learned a bit of that song. What was it with the crowds? Were they singing that regularly?
Yeah, unbelievable. Best crowds in the world.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Nepal was pretty good as well, to be fair. And we haven't been to India, which could almost top it as well.
So that's hit down the ground, and Carter has found touch. That might be, for me, Scott, shot of the innings.
Yeah, for me, it was probably one of the sweeps, but I'm happy to let you have that as your one. But yeah, they were sensational. The crowd. I'm not exactly sure of the numbers. I don't think it's probably only sort of 10,000 people or something around that. But the amount of noise they make down at Castle Corner and the chants that they come up with. Is pretty catchy and pretty good to play in front of. I think we pretty much had the support of the Zimbabweans in that final game, which was also pretty cool.
Very nice. As Willing again, a little bit straight, flicked away, and yeah, I for one have been to Zimbabwe, and I can tell you Castle Corner might be my favourite corner in the world. Great corner, but great to we saw a lot of the footage online of the Zimbabweans going crazy. They love the cricket, don't they? They absolutely love it.
Yeah, I think I was speaking to Craig Irvine and a couple of their guys, who were saying that in the last few years, the amount that their supporters have got behind them has been pretty incredible. Yeah, so...
Down the leg side. And, well, I guess, Scott, this is one of those risks that if you do bring the keeper up and you spray it, this could happen. I'm having a close look, and it will be 5 wides. And, well, Scotland, they didn't look like they were going to hit 80. They could hit 130 here.
Yeah, they're probably going to get up to a pretty respectable total here for how slow this outfield is.
Well, it was 40 for 5. So maths was one of my okay suits. I'll have a quick look at the score, but I believe these two have put on 57. And that's in the air. Will it be more runs? It's just going to be 1. They'll think about 2. Very good recovery from the Scots. Has to be said, I don't know if you saw match 1. I think you were travelling back from Zimbabwe, but Thailand did roll them quite cheaply. So after being 40 for 5, Scott, what a great response.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want from, I suppose, a middle order and an opener, just to be able to get a little bit of a respectable total on the board. Running's been good, and just even their ability to sort of manipulate the field and making sure they're scoring off most.
Well, yeah, we're going to get an overthrow, and it looks like 2 more runs to the kitty, which is going to take them up to 105 off 17. And we want to welcome back everyone around the world. We're in the Dream Box. This is your first time in a commentary cube. This thing goes around with us everywhere in Europe now.
There you go. Just pack it in the bag and blow it up, and good to go.
We're much more professional. But we do have the captain, Scotty Edwards, with us. He's going to be with us in the second innings, but probably not as many questions in the second innings. We're actually going to test out his commentary skills. So if you do want to get questions in, let us know. Max O'Dowd has asked a question. He said, can he hear you sing the Zimbabwean song? We won't be doing that,
No,
Maxie, almost.
I'd probably need you here to lead that one, Maxie.
Yeah.
yeah, we can sing it later on tonight at the house if that's what you really
There was
want.
some good footage of Max actually at the World Cup in front of the grandstand, and he was sort of dancing and singing along. So it must be a catchy tune. It must be quite good.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of that and a little bit of Max liking a bit of airtime on camera there. So
There you go. You hear it here first. And a little bit about the ECN, Scott. I mean, you were there in the first year. Are you quite amazed that now we do 1,700 games a year, and we're in 3 countries at once at the moment? We're in Malta, Hungary and Netherlands producing cricket. It's crazy, right?
it is pretty incredible what Dan and the crew have been able to do here. Yeah, if you'd told me this 5 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. So, no, it's amazing what they're doing for cricket in Europe, and you know how much coverage that's got, and potentially played a part in how strong European teams are getting these days. So,
I think it's definitely unearthed a lot of talent. As Rabeen Reich will be brought on from well, she's got the wicket. She snuck it through. It looked like a bit of an innocuous delivery. I was trying to get the pavilion end out of my mouth, but she comes back, she picks up wicket, and that's a massive wicket, Scott, because the partnership was 60.
Yeah, coming with 3 overs to go, that just allows the Netherlands to sort of open up an end here, I think. Yeah, just keep Carter off strike potentially, and sort of maybe keep this total to 110, 120.
What do you think? Just that one deck back a little bit and maybe not the right shot, or
I think potentially keep her up. I might give a bit of might give a bit of I don't know what's the word. Bit of grace, or
for the keeper coming up.
Sometimes it just builds a little bit of pressure, keeps the batters in their crease. So no, I'm pretty impressed with that, and obviously some good bowling to get through the defence there.
Yeah, 100 for 6 now, and well, with 17 balls remaining, Scott, what do you think Scotland? What do you think they're hoping? It's been a great recovery, but now you don't want to just say, oh, we recovered well. What do you think they want to try and end up with here? What's going to be competitive?
Yeah, well, I think it all depends on how Carter goes here. If she's in at the end, probably they'd be hoping for maybe 125.
Yeah, you take an early wicket with that score and you're right in it.
Yeah, so it could be as much as 130 or as little as 110 all out here, depending on how Carter goes about these last 3 overs.
And what are your thoughts on the captaincy of Heather Seegers, who's been a pretty big advocate, and you can see it here actually, mid-off and mid-on are kept in the ring. Do you think straight away it's nice, it's aggressive, trying to say to the batter that you're not going to be able to get it over the top?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've got to try and build 2 or 3 dots if they can on the new batter here.
A nice looking shot, unfortunately, straight to backward point.
There's one, yeah. So now I've got a lot of time for that. Even I would have thought about bringing up a mid-wicket here and just trying to build 2 or 3 dots, keep Carter off strike. Yeah, but no, I've been impressed. They've obviously kept fielders up throughout the innings here.
Some nice comments coming in. Keanu saying, yeah, he does believe that ECN streaming so much has forced the ICC to stream some of our European events, and I do agree with that. That is probably going to be wide. Yeah, umpire takes time. Vinny Sandhu coming in, looking at Corey and Scotty together. Corey looks like a dodgy accountant that eventually Scotty is forced to testify against. Potentially true as well. But no, it's great to have so many people so many people that are jumping in the chat. Thank you for your comment, James. Yeah, do get your questions in. We're going to have Scotty Moore as a commentator in the next inning, so we don't want to be badgering him the whole time. There's a little bit of a might be a bit of a fly around the helmet. 1 for 6. I've actually got a question or two for you as well, Scotty, about your own game and where you're going with that game. Another good little tournament. In the air, in the gap though, and should just be one. Yeah, for yourself, good tournament with the bat. Pretty happy. Another 450s. When is that elusive first ton coming? Because now it feels that's the only string left. How many 50s have you got now?
Yeah.
You know. You must know.
Yeah, I think I'm up to sort of 12 or 13. But yeah, as you said, looking out for that first 100. I think I've had a few chances in all of those innings. So yeah, it's hopefully one I can get away in that World Cup.
Imagine if you did in the World Cup against Australia or India. But no, you must be happy with your own form. I know 100's 100, but 4 consecutive 50s in a row. I believe you're the only associate, no, we don't like that word, batter to score 4 consecutive ODI 50s twice.
No, it's a swear word, the associate, but we'll
Yeah,
we'll let you get away with it this time.
Well,
yeah, no, I think to be fair, a lot of it comes down to how the team's playing. I think it's pretty easy when the boys up the top are doing what they've been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, that squirts away, and it's in the gap. Good batting. Will 3 be on the cards here? We'll have to wait and see. Just the 2. And Scotland, 50 for Carter. Thanks for pointing it out, Scott. What a 50 this is from Carter. I will say, the other day, Carter unfortunately made a duck off 6, and to come back, 50 off 48 with your team under the pump, what a special innings.
Yeah, and 50 off 48 on a very slow outfield. It's probably worth sort of 65, 70 out here. So, no, I've been very impressed today. And as I said, she'll play a big part in what sort of score they can get up to here.
As jars out a pretty full delivery just for a dot. So 18 overs gone. The score is 104 for 6. Pierce Fletcher with the question in, and then we have another one from Pradeep. Pierce is, well, this is an interesting one. Some of our viewers don't know this. Scott, do you see yourself representing Tonga at any stage when your Dutch career finishes? And do you want to explain why that's being asked?
Very, very funny, Piercy. Yeah, so no, I was actually born in Tonga and sort of lived there for 2 years before moving to Australia until I was 17, 18, and then obviously moved across to the Netherlands and have been sort of going here back and forth to Australia for the last 8 or so years. So
that would be a bit of a whirlwind for the Tongan Cricket Federation, who I did contact about a month ago. Maybe we can take one of our ECSs there out to Tonga. But yeah, what a little quirk that is. You must be the most famous Tongan ever, as Zwilling will come in, and lovely drive, but dot ball. Pradeep has come in with a more genuine question. Scott, what do you think about the Nepalese cricket and the Nepalese crowds? And by the way, congratulations, all the love from Nepal for qualifying.
Yeah, to answer your question, I think I said Nepal probably the second best.
Ooh, pulled away. Oh, is this a chance? It is, and what a nice simple catch. That's Stir Callis out there, Scotty, and she is a fantastic cricketer.
Yeah, no, she looked pretty comfortable all the way there. Probably a little bit of a tactical move at getting her out there at cow corner from that end. She was obviously down here at long on, so I think the captain there has identified that as a bit of a hot spot in these last few overs.
Well, it's actually quite a decent shot. That's gone quite a far way, but look how comfortable. That's a perfect technique, isn't it?
Yeah, no, with that sort of technique, you're not dropping those.
But yeah, look, obviously we have an old Nepalese viewers that watch the network and that. Yeah, you've touched on the crowds, but it must have been, being out there, must have been exciting. They are loud there, aren't they?
They are very loud. I think similar. It was probably only a 10,000 sort of stadium that they could sit in, and I remember probably an extra 5,000 climbing trees and watching from outside, and it was, probably about as loud as it comes. So it was very enjoyable, and I think we're heading off to Nepal actually in February or March potentially.
Whoa.
For some.
Is this breaking news that isn't on the ICC website? Have you just leaked? Have you just leaked something? Well, if you are from Nepal and you're listening, get excited because Scotty and the boys might be coming back. Were you meant to say that?
I don't know. No, I'm just hopeful, I think. So,
sliding that.
Gotta try and find a way to get Carter on strike.
Yeah,
here.
you're right. That's 3 balls wasted in a way, isn't it?
I'm not sure the batter coming in here should be looking to clear the fence. It's probably not her role here, but we'll see. I'd like to see Carter backing up a fair way here to try and sneak back on strike if they can squeeze it out to the offside.
There's another precious dot ball, and well, Zwilling has come back, picked up a wicket, and plenty of dot balls this over. Super helpful. And 2 balls remaining in this over, and then one over remaining in the first innings. Again, full straight, and that's jarred out. They might just settle on the 1 here. And no, they're going to settle on the 1, so just the 1 for Carter. If you're Carter here, Scott, in this situation, you're on 50. Are you happy with 1 here, or are you looking for a 4? Do you want the strike for the last, or do you want the boundary?
You're hitting it hard. No, you're going for the boundary, and if not, you're not running 2. You're just settling for 1.
Let's have a look at what Carter decides. And well, went for the boundary, the glory show, but what a special little over that is from Zwilling. I'll have to double check the over by over, but I think that 19th over might have just gone for 1 run, Scott.
Yeah, it's a lovely bit of bowling there. As we said, just trying to keep that new batter on strike. And Carter's obviously missed out on that last ball, so now got to do whatever she can to try and get herself on strike for those last 5 balls.
Yeah, the 19th over, actually, did only go for 1 run. So phenomenal over from Zwilling, who finishes a pretty good spell of 4 overs. A few people also asking about the Teja Nidamanuru shaving his head, and that was just because did he say something before the tournament? If you qualify, that he would do.
So Teja and Kyle Klein were going at each other a little bit about
bit of banter.
A bit of banter about some receding hairlines among the pair, and yeah, so Teja's made a bet that he'd shave his head if we qualified.
Even better, it's Rabin Wright, comes back and that's hit straight to cover. Should be a run. Oh, it's a slight fumble, so it'll be 1.
It's good aggressive running. And Kyle Klein obviously had to shave his head if Teja scored a winning 100 during the tournament. So yeah, it was quite funny that both events happened, and Teja got a little bit stitched up having to do the full shave, while Kyle got away with a 4 or 5.
Interesting.
But no, it was good fun on that last night.
It sounds like it was all written in the stars. Everything just happened perfectly for Dutch cricket as Reich comes in and down the crease. And that's nice batting from Carter. 2 here, Scott.
Come back,
yeah. Good, aggressive. Oh, no. Well, you and I are a little bit disappointed. I think you want to just take the 2 on no matter what.
Yeah, you've definitely got to be coming back there and trying to get as many balls as you can. Yeah, interesting few balls here. If they can get themselves to if they can get a couple of boundaries away, 115 or so, I think they're probably at about a par score. Anything less than that, it is probably a little bit unders.
As that's mistimed to the leg side. Yeah, I think you're right. I can hear the disappointment in your voice because you just think you've got to get Carter on strike no matter what there. Even if you run out, so be it.
Yeah, you just got to force the fielders to throw there. As I said, I'd probably like to see Carter backing up a little bit more here. She might be a little bit tired from batting the whole innings. But yeah, probably just got to do whatever they can to sneak as many runs in these last 3 balls.
Got one last question for you before we do divulge to the innings break. It's quite a good question as well from Dave, as Reich will come in and hit high in the air. This should be out, and it is out. So Maqsood comes in and unfortunately just couldn't get going in this innings. And Reich does pick up another wicket. And the score is 107 for 8. As the question coming in from David, and it's a fair question as well. Scotty, you're just curious, why don't you like the term associate cricket?
Yeah, I think it's something we spoke about heading into the World Cup last year. And it's sort of the term means basically that, you've obviously got full members and then like we're a level below.
And you don't feel like you
are?
No,
that's we feel like going into games that we're on par with these other teams, and if we play a good game of cricket, we can beat them. So yeah, we don't like to. And I think it's just a term that gets thrown around a little bit loosely, and it's like, oh, big upset, associate team beats full member, and that's not the story we tell ourselves, and it's not. How we see it, we see ourselves as a good cricket side that can beat any team if we play well on the day. So
fair enough as well.
We just try to avoid that sort of terminology.
Yep, no, fair enough. I mean, you've beaten the Windies, you beat South Africa in the T20 World Cup, you've caused some pretty big results, and now you're going to a 50-over 10-team World Cup. So the gap is closer than ever before as Reich will come into Rainey, who's made her way out to the middle. That's a nice looking drive and burst through Seeger's hands there, and they'll get one. So Carter will face the last ball innings. I'll squeeze in one more quick question from Keanu. Hey Scott, how does it feel that you'll be playing Australia? It is your birth country, well, besides Tonga, but Australia, which you are raised in, and also which team are you most looking forward to playing at the World Cup?
Obviously it's something that'll be pretty cool. I think I've played against a few of the Aussie guys in club cricket and that sort of thing in Australia, but to play in a World Cup in India against any team, and I suppose
Yeah, this could be out, Scotty. No, it's going to land a gap. Can Carter get back for two and
Gotta
get a
come
not
back.
out?
That's good running.
Good running. It's a good throw, but they'll get there. And, well, that will bring us to the end of that very first innings. 110 for 8. Well done, Carter. A duck the other day, comes back and responds with 53 not out, Scott, and potentially has saved Scotland here.
Yeah, I think she's definitely got him in with a chance here. They'll have to bowl well to defend 100 and, what was it, 110?
Yeah, 110 for 8 in the end. So a 53 not out to Carter. The Dutch ladies, though, Scott, they'll also be pretty happy. Yes, there was a big partnership. They bowled pretty well, didn't they? Yeah,
I think if you offered them 110 at the start of the day, they're probably...
Yeah,
you probably still take it, Yeah, it's definitely a sort of respectable total to keep a team to. And as I said, I think if they bat well in the power play, you can probably cruise the last 14 overs and just pick up your singles and the odd boundary on the way.
Beautiful. So we'll have Scotty back right after the break as he takes a bit of a break. Great to have him with us, and we have a quick look at the highlights. And at the start, it was all the Dutch. That was out LBW. Lynch just sliding that one through, and sweep shot hit in front of the off stump, and that was definitely out. And they started so well, did the Netherlands. They picked up many early wickets, and well, for Scotland, it just felt, oh no, they might be in trouble of being bowled out quickly again. But well, thankfully, it was a 60-run partnership that happened between Megan McCall and Darcy Carter that really helped them get up to a decent total. Watson came out, played a pretty aggressive shot first ball and got it over the top for a couple of bounces for Delang. Came into the attack and a little bit of leg spin, picked up the wicket. Really nice keeping from Babette Delata. And this is when the runs came. As soon as Scotty Edwards came into the commentary box, all the runs started pouring in, and quite remarkable, really. It's the biggest partnership we've had in the competition by quite some distance. Carter found her mojo, hitting it over mid-on and wide mid-wicket. And the runs were flowing. Scotland started to think of the three figures and, well, turning this into an innings that they would be able to defend. As we were delighted to some fantastic shots. And they just kept on trucking, didn't they? It does feel like if they take some early wickets, they are a chance to potentially stay in this game. 5 wides there. Pretty rare from Zwilling, who got her line a little bit wrong. But in general, the Dutch were pretty good. Rabeen Wright came back, picked up a wicket, sneaking that one through the gate. This was a really, really special innings from Carter, though. Getting to a 50, international 50 away from home is always a nice feeling. Well done to her, and I'm sure her family and friends are proud. A nice wicket at the back end here. Zwilling dug that one in. Stur Callis made sure of it. Easy catch. And in the end, one more wicket would fall to the Seagers there. Easy catch as well. And the Dutch fought back a little bit in those last 2 overs to not chase 120, I think. Those remaining wickets did help indeed. So that takes us to the halfway stage, 110 for 8. And I do agree with what Scott said there at the end. I think the Netherlands, if you bowl first, you take that. 110, I think it's 10 under par, 120 was my call. As we take a quick look at the scorecard, shall we? And, well, there was another batting collapse at the top end that really dented Scotland. As we just wait for that batting scorecard to load up any moment now. And there it comes, just taking a little bit to filter through from India. Darcy Carter, well done. 53 not off 52 with a batting collapse around her. Megan McCall actually came out at number 6 there, sorry, and well, offered quite good support. 16 off 20. 13 extras does bolster their total to 110 for 8. No one else really getting going in that innings. Bowling scorecard, a little bit prettier for the Dutch. They'll be happy with their efforts, especially after winning the toss and choosing the bowl. 2 for Zwilling, slightly more expensive than the other day. Lynch and Reich also 2 apiece. 1 for Malcolmbaugh, 1 for Delang, and this time it wasn't Overdyke's day. So 110 for 8, 20 overs gone. We'll be back for the run chase. I think we're going to get Scotty Edwards back in to do a bit more commentary with me in the back end. So do join us back in a little over 15 minutes for the all-important run chase. Thank you.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back everyone to sunny Utrecht, where a little bit of cloud cover, but the sun has peeked through in the afternoon session. We're at the halfway stage of this game with Netherlands bowling first and keeping Scotland to 110 for 8. A fair effort overall. There was a 60-run partnership in between that. I think they'll be the happier of the two sides going into the break. As the two batters go out to the middle, Heather Seegers, who batted fantastically and was player of the match in the previous game, 49, and Stur Callis, who I know Stur Callis that a lot of people will want to see, who's played a lot of cricket around the world and has flown in this morning for this international match from England and has a very high cricket pedigree and played all around the world. Have a little look at the record and played for Northern Superchargers, the women's team, the Tornadoes, Birmingham Phoenix. She's played high-level cricket everywhere, and it's great to have her live on the ECN now, and I'm sure she's looking forward to going out there and maybe making a few runs. As Scotland, though, they'll be harbouring their chances on picking up a few wickets, as Sheikh looks like she will open the bowling. And looking forward to that sort of in-swing on a length. Seegers and Callis are two very experienced cricketers. This opening partnership's actually quite crucial. If Scotland can pick up 2 early wickets, this game could be on. Have a look at that field. Deep square and deep mid-wicket. Actually 5 on the leg side and 4 in the ring on the offside. Keeper up to the stumps. First ball in the run chase. Here we go. Oh, and it bows in. Pulled away. One bounce for two. I was going to say one bounce for. One bounce to the fielder. And big throw comes in. And, well, they're going to steal a second. Well, isn't that a massive throw has come in from deep square. And it's gone for 2. So it was thrown in a mile and they've snuck another run. You see here. We just missed it out of camera, but good batting awareness is back to the action. Well, Seegers this time gets it through backward square. They might get 2 again here if they're quick, and they'll set it for 1. And Seegers, who made 49 not out, the Dutch skipper. Yeah, then I know that all the Dutch skippers are in a bit of form at the moment, but she batted fantastically and was, well, obviously player of the match against Thailand, seeing the team home. But Callis is on strike now, and, well, I haven't seen her bat in a few years myself, but when I used to see a little bit more of her at the crease, she was fantastic to watch if she could get going. Big appeal, first ball. Oh, that must have been close. And you can see the disappointment on the Scots' face. And, well, did it strike outside the line? That's the only thing. Let's have a look. Comes in. Whoa, the only thing I can think of is it's hit Stur Callis outside the line. Huge appeal. Not out. That came in late. Oh, big moment early. This time, 30% more careful. Pushes it straight to mid-wicket. Now, that'll be interesting. We'll ask our guest commentator. He's going to come back after this over what he thought of that decision, because that's a big moment early. As so last ball this first over. 3 for none. Pretty good over this from Sheikh, who's getting it to come in late. Oh, no, that hurts, though. That's going to be wide plus 1. They thought about doubling back, so that takes it to 5 off the over with the ball remaining. This very late in-swing bowling, pretty effective so far. And a big appeal of the third delivery of this run chase. Really big appeal. Could have gone either way, I think. Coming in again, and well, Seegers isn't messing around. Doesn't get the timing. She would like, but we'll get a single. It does take us to the end of the very first over. And the score here is 6 for none. As we do have 75 days to go to the ECC. It's our marquee event. We're really looking forward to it. 75 days, 25th of September to the 20th of October. And looking forward to it as we do welcome back Scotty Edwards. Scotty, you watched the first over just from the side. Out or not out? Tough.
No, I'm gonna sit on the sideline there. I couldn't really get a front-on view of it, so you're not sure if she was outside the line or if there was any little inside edge there.
Yeah, it was a tough one, but it happens. And I think you're going to enjoy a little bit of Rachel Slater here. Tall left arm seam, Scott, brings it in nicely. And how nice is it when you have a left armer to start an innings?
Oh, yeah. Well, I prefer to give them the first over, though. I like a little bit of left arm swing. I think batters, or right-hand batters, tend to find it a little bit tricky if that first ball can sort of boomerang back into your pads.
Well, to be fair to Shake, though, she swung it a mile.
That is true. Right arm in swing is also quite tricky to pass.
Yeah, as we have a look here. Seeger's on strike, and Slater, first ball for her today. As that's defended respectfully. And yeah, had the Seegers the other day, Scott, 49 not out. And how important is it when you start a tournament to make runs in that first game must make you feel $1 million.
Yeah, huge. In multi-game series, if you can get yourself away with especially a little bit of not out. We love a little bit of red ink in our house. So yeah, 49 not out, obviously taking the team across the line. Very impressive, and hopefully she can go about the same sort of thing today.
Slater, a little bit shorter this time, and swatted down into the offside. No, the fielding standard for me too. I know you watched the game yesterday. I don't know if you saw much about the Thailand whip. Some of the fielding was phenomenal.
They throw themselves around a bit from what I saw.
They're very good. I think the fielding standard so far in this week in Utrecht's been, well, exemplary rarely. Just the batting's been maybe a little bit under par, but we'll have to see what can Seegers do here against the tricky Slater. Shot. Nice shot, and well fielded again. Right on cue, Scott. Saves a couple of runs.
Yeah, no, that's very important if they can just sort of hold these Dutch batters for a couple of overs here and pick up a wicket. If they let them get away with a few boundaries, it's that 110 starts looking pretty mediocre. Yeah,
you're right. This power play is pretty crucial, isn't it? Callis on strike again, and we'll have to. So that was Maksud, the captain, that made a very good stop there at cover. Callis yet to get off the mark. Survived a big appeal. We know if she gets in, well, can be thunderous. As it's blocked into the offside for a dot. Just having a nice little yarn off air quickly about how fantastic it is out here in Holland. Nice start this from Slater. Good areas. And, well, a little bit of an edge as that goes away from one. Scotty, what are you thinking for power play here if you're in a chase of 110? Where do you think the Dutch want to be, and where do you think Scotland want to be?
I don't think it really matters too much how many the Dutch are on here. I think if they're none down or one down and can be anywhere from sort of, I think like a 30 mark, to be fair.
Yep.
I think if they're none down, they should be able to sort of cruise through those middle overs. So it's more about these wickets in this first 6, I think.
Yeah, Seegers goes for a big booming drive, and well, it will be a dot ball. So 2 overs gone, and the score is 8 for none. Matthew Hodgson in the chat saying no golden balls here, I assume. No, I don't think we'll have a go. It's a international T20. We'll have a super over, which Scotty just got to live. We have a quick look at that table, Scott. The Netherlands steal a win here as well and go 2-0. You play every team a couple of times. Hard to catch, aren't they, then? So it's going to be hard for Scotland if they lose this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think is there a final in this, or is it just 2 games each?
Round robin.
Okay.
Yeah, round robin. 3 games each, I believe that works out to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 games. I think. No, 4 games each. Hold on. My math has never been the strongest suit. So 4 games each. And Shake will come back in and, oh, nice looking stroke. Yeah, sorry, you play 4 games, each team twice.
Yeah. Well, and then
it does come down to most points net run. So if Netherlands win this and go 2-0 and Scotland go 0-2, that's a long way back for Scotland.
yeah, probably looking to be knocked out of that if you're 0-2. But yeah, I think as we saw in our competition, net run rate.
As that's chipped in the air, Scott. Well, it's in a gap. Not much timing, just a single.
There you go. I like the approach of the Netherlands here. They've been quite hard at it, trying to knock out a fair few of these runs early, just to make it a bit easier through those middle overs. But it does, sort of open up the potential for Scotland to sneak back into this game. All right. Coming into bowl. A little bit wide there. Radar's a little bit off. Yep. It's an extra one to the scoreboard.
A lot of people in chat talking about that associate comment and what you said before. But yeah, I get what you meant. You're as good as the big boys. Why do you have to have that associate tag? I completely agree. The margin is so close these days. As Shake again comes in, big appeal again, but I'm pretty sure thick inside edge. A little bit of bat on that one, Scotty. I think it was one of those half appeals.
Yeah, I think that's it's probably going down leg as well there.
Yeah, but it's lavish movement, isn't it? It seems like lovely seam position. In the air, Seegers again, just the one.
I like the field setting they've got here with the 2 out on the leg side bowing in swingers. It's a little bit hard to sort of get that anywhere else unless you can open up and get across. Oh, sorry, and hit it over that long on region, which it looks like they're both trying to do.
Yeah, you have a look there, Scott. So you're just saying you can see just on the left of your screen there's a deep mid-wicket and actually a deep square leg, and you like that because the ball's swinging in.
Everything the ball's doing is just sort of angling to that region of the field.
And you can see again, hit straight there to mid-wicket. So obviously something that Scotland have spoken about, bringing it back into the right-handed batters, and yeah, good field settings.
I also like having the keeper up as well. Just the other option would be for the batters to come down and sort of get it before it starts swinging at them, but obviously with the keeper up, it makes it a little bit tricky.
Last ball of the third, and well, that is pumped. What a shot. Well, Scott, that's one way to answer it.
That is, yeah, that is exactly the way that you can play it with the swing. Just sort of open up the arc and bang it over long on there.
Yeah, I think that's just nice timing as well. It's not a slog. It's not trying to overpower hit it. One bounce four. So Callis gets her first boundary. And the score currently at the end of 3 overs is none for 15. Or 15 for none. The English way to say it. So, yeah, they do. They teach you that in commentary school. You can't say the Australian way. I get in trouble if I say the Australian way.
Really?
Yeah, we have to. We're in Europe. We have to say 15 for none. I know.
Every time the score is like 1 for none or none for one, it always confuses me. I never know if someone's gotten out or what's going on.
I always wonder why we have to say 15 for none, but then you go to the bowling figures, it's none for 2. It's the opposite way.
It's confusing.
The world just upside down.
Doesn't make sense.
Slater to continue. Oh, what a ball. Well, that's actually taken off. And
Johnny Best.
Almost. We just saw one in Malta where Vinny Sanders commentating. Have a closer look, Scott. Bit of lift. It's a good ball. And was Seegers sleeping? We don't know. What was your thoughts on the old, you're a international cricket captain, Alex Carey. Drop your allegiances at all that you might have. Was it dodgy or was it fair game?
Nah, wicket keeper, you're always, you dream of getting those ones. They're lovely.
Yeah, I do agree. Well bowled around the leg. Seegers tries something inventive. Moved across to the offside, Scott. Wanted to open up the leg side, and Slater maybe saw her move early, hits middle and leg stump. This is good bowling.
Yeah, no, this is obviously Seegers moves across. I don't know if she's had time to realise that, but I think obviously just going with the mentality of bowling full and straight with a swinging ball, it gives you every opportunity to get a wicket there. They've been extremely aggressive here, the Dutch. Which I suppose, as I said, probably could have broken the back of the innings, but as it looks now, they've potentially sort of opened themselves up that if they go 2 or 3 down with a couple of their better batters out, brings Scotland right back into this game.
Yeah, I give credit to Slater there, who has kept it full, straight, and we touched on left-arm seam bowlers wanting to be able to do that. And it's a good delivery, and Seegers maybe getting a little bit too inventive and has to go, so Delater will come out, and cousin of Bus Delater, your international team as well. She batted really well the other day, looked extremely good, and what a cricketing family.
Both both doing extremely well for the national sides. Yeah, I think, and both quite technically nice to look at when they're batting. They both hit the ball really well down the ground. Babette obviously looks to use her feet against spin, which is something you probably don't see that much of these days. So yeah, no, if Babette can get going here, yeah, this chase could end pretty early.
Yeah, takes it nice and easy off the first delivery. Look, I know we don't want to hammer you with too many questions of Zimbabwe. Buster later, probably the right time to bring it up as he has a fan. What a day. Is that the greatest day at the office by anyone on a cricket field?
Oh, it's the second time he's done it in a qualifying game now. He obviously played a huge role in us qualifying for the T20 World Cup against the USA. He got 90 not out, and I think he took 3 for 15 or something. So
yep,
making a bit of a name for himself.
That's a decent appeal, but swinging down the leg side
in these clutch moments for us. So yeah, it was a funny one, that game, because obviously we sort of had to bowl first to probably give ourselves the best chance to chase it in the net run rate amount of time. But looking at the wicket, it was a bit of a used wicket, and we knew it was going to get a bit tricky later.
Yep.
So yeah, I remember being out there with him, and we had to go at sort of 8s and 9s, and yeah, a bit of a tricky wicket to do it on.
And Slater again, play and miss.
Bowling there. But yeah, Bussy made it look like the world's flattest wicket with some of the shots he was hitting over the top, and yeah, it was definitely one of the better innings in ODI cricket, if you consider he got 120 off 90 rocks and took 5 for 50.
Yep.
Yeah, in a game that's obviously
a lot on the line.
Changed our summer dramatically.
Yeah, absolutely. Last ball for Slater, who's bowling extremely well. Oh, that is called the commentator's curse. I've put the kibosh on it. She had bowled a fantastic over, and well, that one just completely got away. I think maybe lost the footing there, and that'll be 3 wides.
Yeah, just slipped over at the crease there, and yeah.
Well, it had been a maiden up until that point. I really did put the commentator's curse. Let's just have a look at her footing here. Don't see anything there, but just sometimes that happens. You and I aren't bowlers, Scott. Well, you try to claim you are, but sometimes that can happen.
It can happen, especially I think for a left armour. Obviously trying to be quite aggressive at the stumps there and just getting a little bit wrong.
And that one a little bit straight as well. Hopefully she's okay. Takes us another small little tumble as the throw comes in, and that should be a leg by. So 4 overs gone in this one. Nice start from Scotland, I'll say. Slightly ahead in the bowling innings, but overall you think the Dutch will be pretty happy as well. 19 for 1. So have a look at that worm, and yeah, well, they only have to go at 5.5 throughout the innings, Scott, but you got to be careful. You're right, you don't want to lose too many early wickets.
Yeah, I think this partnership's obviously a pretty big one for the Netherlands. If Scotland can manage to pick up 1 or even 2 of these ladies in this first 6 overs, yeah, as I said, I think they'll be right in the game. But yeah, if Netherlands end this power play sort of 1 for 30 or so, I think they'll be pretty happy and probably in the box seat.
Yep, yeah, I think so as well. You're right. This does feel like a pretty big partnership. You got 2 batters out there that have a lot of experience. There's a bowling change now. Chideri will come out and has to get it right straight away, because we've got 2 overs left in this power play. Deep third and deep square are the 2 patrollers out there in the outfield. That's a lovely drive, and straight to McColl there at cover. Top ball.
I've got a question for you here, Corey.
Uh-oh.
Thoughts on slip fielders in T20s? How often do you actually get a dismissal there?
I don't mind the wide one, like the 2nd or 3rd slip, because then you're stopping the 1 as well for that little guide that annoys me. But I only ever have it for Mohammed Kamran for the first 6 balls, and then that is pretty much out of there. Yeah, it is rare. It's decent size appeal, and given not out, it's probably slowing down leg side. No, slip fielders, it's an interesting one. There's that spot where people are so good at running it down. But even still in T20, if it's down for 1, you're not too bothered.
I'm just thinking that, obviously, as I said, Babette's quite good through the offside and cover region here. And if she gets one away, it sort of starts your innings off. Whereas if they can maybe block that, I'm not convinced Slips massively in the game here, but I could be wrong.
It's a nice looking drive, and well, you never know. It is aggressive captaincy. A nice comment from Lily in the chat saying she's just loving what's happening on the European Cricket Network, and thank you, Lily. And yeah, 3 countries at the one time. I didn't think we'd be this stretched for a company, but we're doing pretty well. Well, a lot of the blue crew on the road at the moment, so well done to everyone in the office as well that's made that happen. Maybe one day we'll have four countries at the one time. Wouldn't surprise me. Shorter. Well, slight edge. That's probably to that 3rd region that I was thinking about, but just the one. I think Scotland would be happy with this start, Scotty. They've already gotten that rate, just almost at 6s now.
Yeah, 6 and over out here. I don't know if it's going to be that easy.
6 and over is tricky. Once you get it to 6s or even a ball behind or 2 on a big outfield, it gets a bit niggly.
It goes up obviously very quick from there as well if they can finish this power play quite well. There we go. I like this.
Yeah, okay. So we've just had a change in the field, and the slip has come out to another backward point. So you've got 5-player wall, so to speak, on the offside.
I always like this on slow outfields, just really barricading that offside.
Well, they're jarred out into that big wall, and maybe we'll... Oh, no. Well, the throws come in and miss the keeper. It's a massive error, and it just gives a free run.
It's a captain killer, that one.
Yeah, I can understand. Look, it was
even a bowler.
They weren't even running, and watch the throw come to the keeper. Uh-oh. 1 run, good match awareness from Delator to call Carlos through. This is the field you're talking about. Well, slip's gone back in, so it's ruined a little bit of what we were talking about, but you're saying you want the slip out and maybe out in that ring on the offside as well.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a little, even the gap through to 3rd man here. It's just quite a bit of a risky sort of technique.
That is cut into that vacant spot, so Edwards does call it, and they will just get the single. Decent over from Chicheri. Score is 22 for 1 after 5. And, well, Scotty, the ECN is our marquee events coming up soon. I know you guys tune in every time we do. 31 teams, September 25th. These are the groups. Netherlands are waiting in finals week after winning last year. How good is this competition? I know you tune in and watch it.
Absolutely. I haven't actually been on this trip, but
good.
From what the boys say, it's run extremely well, and definitely one on the calendar that they look forward to. So
yeah, how do you think Spain's going to go Group A? Give it to me. You better say.
Is Mohamed Kami playing?
Kami's playing.
Oh, he'll probably win the tournament.
No, it should be fantastic. So make sure you do join us. That's our marquee event coming up in Netherlands. They're already into finals week. As Slater continues this good spell. We were actually watching, me and Rico were watching you guys play Scotland, and we were talking about the ECC at the same time, because if you lost, then we're probably seeing Kleiny, Duddy, Zulfikar all at the ECC, but because you won, we might not see them, and now Netherlands might not be as strong, but Scotland could be extremely strong there, so it's quite amazing how that one game actually affected our ECC tournament as well.
There you go.
It's great cricket, it affects everything. As Slater to continue, as that's driven into the offside, because we saw Leask, we saw Neil, we ali Ali Evans. Now that they're not going to the World Cup, we might see them in Spain instead. So it's amazing your result changed a lot of things.
Yeah, it's interesting. I would have thought, because it's generally A sort of sides that go, isn't it?
Well, it's a mix. Some are a mix. Yeah. Some are a mix. I think you have from your qualifier, I'd say 6 went to the ECC last year.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, there you go.
As that's an inside edge, and I tell you who was mighty effective, Mr. Ryan Klein. He would come bowl quick, bat at 5, and bomb them on a 50-metre boundary. And Zulfikar. We had Spain versus Netherlands. We had just 3 for 10, and we'd made 120. I was like, you beauty. And Saqib Zulfikar walks out, hits 80. I was like, well, there you go.
Yeah, the butcher. He hits a hard cricket ball. And
he does hit hard.
On a 50-metre boundary.
Yeah.
I can imagine he'd be pretty hard to stop.
No, some very good players. So make sure you do join us for the ECC as Slater continues. Thick inside edge. And, well, Slater's having a little bit of a hard time keeping her feet, Scott, but the figures are fantastic.
She's been very good here in this power play. I'm still feel like this slip's just a little bit of a wasted fielder. I feel like the pressure they're building on Delator here is she's going to have to play something. She's probably going to look to go over the top here, I reckon, and I'm betting she's looking over the offside here. So I reckon they should probably be reinforcing that, but we'll see how we go.
Well, she does advance it. Dot ball. Tell us a little bit now about how Delaida's feeling. You're 2 off 14. You have to start feeling a bit of pressure, right?
Yeah. It's obviously, as I said, with a slow outfield and 4 fielders in that cover mid-off region, it's obviously going to be quite tricky to get it through there. So I wouldn't mind seeing her, as she did there, using her feet or getting across her stumps. I think there's no fine leg. There's just a deep backward square. So
maybe, would you get down on one knee and maybe consider a ramp or a scoop? Would you
ramp?
try a little paddle? I mean,
I'm not sure that's in her game here, but...
As that's flicked to the right of mid-wicket. And they should get 2, actually. It's gone into a big pocket of space. So that releases just a little bit of pressure because that's the power play complete. And Scotland, well done to them. At the moment, they'll be happy. 24 for 1.
Yeah, I think as we saw there, what are they? They're going at 4 and over here, so they're going to have to lift that in these next few overs here.
Yeah,
I'm imagining they'll probably bring some spinners on, which might open the game up. I'd probably look to keep some paces on here and just build that pressure if I was Scotland. Maybe keep a few fielders up and see if Stir or Babette want to go over the top.
Well, you mentioned that if they keep wickets in hand, they won't be too worried, and they've kept 9 wickets in hand, but you reckon they're a little bit disappointed that's already more than a runner ball?
Not at this stage, because I still feel if Scotland starts dropping fielders out, these gaps will open up, and these two are obviously good enough players.
Just to milk it
through the middle, and then if they've got wickets in hand at the end, they can probably go. But you're right, there's a little bit of pressure starting to build here.
Yeah, McCall looks like coming into the attack, and well, she'll be looking to keep it pretty steady out there.
I'd be looking to drop one of these straight fielders for Stir here. I reckon she's going to target this long on region.
Let's have a look. And topish edge, but it gets away. Decent fielding. Stir might think about 2. No, she's going to settle for the 1. Yeah, big moments. This is the partnership. If they can get a wicket here, Scotland, they'll believe it. It's sort of a little bit of off spin off a longer run, sort of cutters from McCall. Pace off into the pitch. That's a nice looking cut shot. And this is what you said, Scotty. You think these two are going to be quite good at just rotating it round.
Yeah, this is a little bit of the danger, I think, in these next few overs. Scotland's just got to find a way to build a few dots on these two. If they just start leaking singles, it sort of starts to get away from you pretty quick.
Well bowled, that's better. Good length. So another dot ball. .3. Nice little start from McCall. That's a little bit shorter. Pulled well and, well, timed. Beautiful shot from Callis. That's a pressure reliever, Scotty. Nice boundary.
Yeah, it is. She's used the wickets there quite well. Obviously, the outfield's a little bit slow, but there's 7 or 8 wickets to the left there, which is just skidded off to that deep square leg boundary.
Didn't look like the worst ball ever, but just maybe a tad short, and you're right. You see it scoot off the square. That ball has flown, and, well, most of the fielders, you can understand, on the boundary about 6 or 7 metres in because it is such a big boundary, but couldn't do anything to stop that, and that has snuck away for 4. So that's 6 runs off the over with 2 balls remaining. Can the Dutch turn it into a big one? And that's a better shot for me. Will that go for 4 as well? Just 1. They should get back for 2 on the throw. They have to go 2 there, Scots. Callis wanted it, but Delader was a little bit ball watching.
Yeah, it's a little bit poor running between the wickets there, I think.
It's a massive throw. It's a massive throw. It has to be touched on. And just look at Delader here, Scott. A little bit ball watching and not listening to the partner. Got to be
almost a little bit of a mix-up run out there.
As this one's a full toss and he's straight to the captain there, just hovering at mid-wicket. So 7 off the over though for the Dutch. They'll be happier with that. The score at the end of 7 overs is 31 for 1. So plenty of wickets remaining. Saw a bit of Reich yesterday. Zwilling, Scott looked good. Lynch, DeLang, Overdyke land here. They do bat deep, so they won't be too nervous just yet.
Yeah, I think these next few overs, I suppose we keep saying, are going to be pretty pivotal in this innings. Yeah, I think obviously Stir faced 14 balls and Delator faced 17 now, so these two have seen a little bit of it, and yeah, if they can keep going from here and sort of keep going at that 6-7 and over for these next 3 overs, Scotland's going to have to start putting some new plans in place, whether that's bringing fielders up or maybe bringing, I don't know, have a leg spinner in this team, or who's their strike bowler?
Max-Sood's coming on now, the captain actually, who's a decent bowler and will be looking to take a couple of wickets. So if Max-Sood comes on and can pick up a wicket or two. So Max-Sood, top of her mark, has a challenge. Can take the breakthrough and bring him back into the game. Oh, well, would have been an accidental mancad. Callis there, 13 not out. Well bowled, pushed into the offside. Good batting, just the one. Message from Jack Hill saying out there's hello, is Scott answering questions? He is still. Look, we did a lot of questions in the first innings, but we're still happy to answer a couple in the second innings while we call this game. And it is great to have the Dutch skipper with us, who's just come back from a triumphant month and a pre-camp pre-camp was in South Africa, was it? Yeah,
pre-camp in Joburg, and then across to Harare, Bulawayo. We had about 1,000 flights in there.
Fantastic. So that's a bit shorter and pulled away to the leg side. And that's in a bit of a gap, you know. And, it's 4. Well, Scotty, I think that the two fielders out there just got a little bit caught between whose ball it was, and that's a handy boundary.
It's a little bit of poor communication, it looks like, on the boundary there. Obviously picked the gap perfectly. Yeah, and you see that a little bit in cricket where two people are coming in and no one knows whose it is.
Yeah,
it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's just one of those ones where you'll be a little bit disappointed. Should have been stopped. Well bowled, better area, good flight. And a few people saying, is this Scotty commentating right now? It is Scotty commentating right now, Jack, so don't be afraid. And yeah, Scotland are missing a couple of players this tournament, the Bryce sisters at the moment, but I have heard whispers that they might be here later in the week, just like Callis has been able to come today. Flighted delivery, hit pretty well through mid-wicket, just the one. You asked for the leg spin, and Max-Sood's bowling some leg spin, Scott, but what can she do to get the breakthrough here?
Yeah, I'm actually quite a fan of the field she's got going here. She's just brought 45 across, which is interesting. I don't know if Stur's I believe she's got a sweep or a little paddle in her here, really mess with the field.
As that is a missed time ball to the offside, another dot. They're still keeping it above a runner ball. And that's something that Scotland can hold on to. If they can go bang, bang, they're still in this game. It off goes back for the last delivery. Short, cut hard. Watch the spin. Oh, no. It bursts through, Scotty, and they'll get back for 2.
She's hit that incredibly hard, that one. She's been a little bit sloppy in these last couple of overs with a couple of misfields, which you can't really afford when you're defending a total like 110, so they'll probably have to get that under control. Yeah, I'm sure they'll have to take a couple of nice catches or some sort of run out just to change the game a little bit here.
Yeah, absolutely. And hello all our viewers around the world. We are with Scott Edwards still. He's decided he was only going to do one inning, so we got him to stay for the second. So, Jack, if you do want to get questions in, the Dutch captain's here, and it's great to have the Dutch captain here supporting the women. You can follow us. I'm looking at the screen on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. That's TikTok. Scott, what's that fourth one? I don't know that social. What is that? I've never seen
Lightning.
The Lightning app. Well,
there you go.
Or on YouTube. He played on YouTube. Our most viewed video ever is Scotty Edwards hitting 137. I think we're up to 5 million views. Have you been paid anything from ECN for those 5 million
I'm
views?
still waiting for that one to come in. So Dan, if you're listening.
Oh, it's a wicket. I reckon it's stumped. Well, massive moment. Carter comes on. Carter's having a blinder of a game. 51 not out. Bowl some off spin. Wicket first ball.
Yeah, that's huge. Making her case for player of the match here.
Well,
they'll obviously have to get across the line, but that is a big wicket.
Well, it's a massive wicket, isn't it? What's that? Delata got stumped the other day as well, Scott. What goes wrong here?
Oh, she's just yorked herself a little bit there. I like the intent of coming down the wicket, but yeah, it obviously does bring the mode of stumping into the game. That, yeah, just yorked herself.
Yeah, good keeping as
Great
well.
keeping. There's some of the tougher ones, those Yorkers. So she stayed low and nice quick hands to get the stumping.
Yeah, that's Lister keeping there, who didn't make a mistake, and Delata ran past one the other day as well. So we'll be feeling a little bit disappointed, and this game will be close. You just feel like it's brewing up as Riker's coming in. It is getting quite hot out here in the commentary cube as well. The clouds seem to have gone away, and this game just feels like it could be getting closer and closer and closer. Riker now, the new batter walking out there. Callis, plenty of pressure. We could be on for a bit of a doozy here on a Wednesday afternoon. Had to take a moment just to remember what day it was. Beautiful Wednesday. It's been busy the last few weeks on the ECN. It's good to be here in the Netherlands. Carter having a day out. Let's have a look there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fielders in the ring. Scotland sniffing an opportunity here to squeeze. A couple of boundary riders, a square of the wicket, Scotty.
Oh, I like this. I like this. They're bringing up the cover sweeper, just a little, build a little bit of extra pressure. Ball spinning in. See if Reich wants to go against the spin and try and cut it through point here.
Yeah, well bowled. Carter looks to have a very nice action. And with that wicket, who's ahead in this one at the moment, would you say? You still think Dutch are in control?
Yeah, as long as Callis is out there, I think the Dutch are probably in a pretty comfortable position.
Oh, Reich smokes one.
This will be an unbelievable catch.
No, not scanning that. Smoked it over mid-wicket, but got more height than distance. Well, doesn't mess about. Rabina Reich actually played in New Zealand in the Canterbury League over in the winter in the women's cricket and was the leading run scorer. So it's a good touch.
Yeah, looks like she's pretty confident in her game.
Well, yeah, just
having a crack second ball there. I'm a big fan of this.
Yeah, why not? As that has hit the body. Question coming in from Bertus de Jong. Nice jacket, Scott. Did the whole squad get one, or is it a skipper's privilege?
Yeah, that was some unbelievable sponsorship from Fairtree.
Thank you, Fairtree.
Yeah, no, they've looked after.
Oh, Scotty, sorry to interrupt you because that's out. Well, mid-on was in the ring. We talked about them trying to squeeze. Reich came out really confident and has popped it straight. Carter is having a phenomenal game, and this is game on now, surely.
Yeah, this is starting to turn the tables a little bit here. Yeah, what is it? 3 for...
I think 41 for 3, Scott.
41 for 3. Run rate's above 6 and over now. It's probably a 50-50 game, I reckon. But yeah, that's a good little bit of catching there.
That's Watson there at mid-on. That's any catch above your head is never easy. And credit to the skipper, Maxu, to keep so many people in the ring. That's forced a wicket. Zwilling to come out. Well, you wanted a close one. I reckon we're getting a close one. This just has a feeling this could go right down to the wire. And 41 for 3. Zwilling. Carter 2 for 2 with a 51 not out. Do you believe in player of the match even in a losing cause?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't like the fact that the player of the match is decided on, or can be decided on that last ball. So no, she's definitely making her case here. 2 for 2 and 50 not out in a low-scoring game is going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, I have to say, what a special performance it is from Darcy Carter. Last ball this 9th over, flighted, driven back, and what a special over. 2 for 2. It is now 41 for 3.
There we go, Corey. So that lightning social media is called Joss. Josh. I don't know if that's
Oh, let
I
me
don't
check.
know if that's legit because I've never heard of this before.
Let me check the App Store, and I'm sure it's there. We have a quick look at the bowling figures, and everyone will be okay at the moment. No, I don't see anything called Josh.
I
So
think they're pulling our leg there.
you got. Sometimes I love the viewers, but don't believe everything you read in the YouTube chat. I tell you that. Anyway, back to the action. Well, we got 11 overs left in this one. Callis is the key. If Callis goes now, then it's real panic stations, isn't it, for the Dutch?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Sarah's got to play a pretty big part in this chase here. If she can get herself a little 50 or 60 not out, and just let the other ladies bat around her. But yeah, at the same time, they're keeping the fielders up. They've got to find a way to score here.
Oh, good ball from Chicheri. That's a dot ball. Yeah, just had a question come in through Armand who said, Scott, your one-handed sweep shot, there's a couple of sweeps where your one hand comes off the bat. He said, is it intentional or it just looks that way?
No, it's not intentional. Yeah, I think it just, sort of depends where the ball lands. If it's a little bit shorter sometimes, to reach it, you sort of go one-handed.
Another decent delivery, and that's well played. Little soft hands from Callis. And I get what you're saying. If Callis bats through and makes 50, 60, but she's going to need some support. She's going to need someone else is going to have to step up here. You can't make all the runs on your own, and maybe Zwilling is that player to do it.
Yeah, she's had a pretty good series so far, really. So,
well, tall cricketer, fast bowler, excellent in the field, phenomenally good in the field.
Hits it hard, I believe, as well.
Yeah, I saw a little bit yesterday and was looking the goods. Got out just before the winning runs were scored, but looked pretty composed. That's a nice looking straight drive, but the squeeze is on, and Scotland will be pretty happy at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know if the Dutch want to let this get too far ahead of 7-8 and over here. With the slow outfield, it's going to be a little bit of a tricky chase from here, I think.
69 required of 63. Toe end, dot ball. I guess at 6 and overs, 6.6, you're not ever really worried about the rate, but you don't want to leave it too late, do you, Scott?
No, it seems like the Scottish bowlers are pretty disciplined out here. Just bowling some pretty stock standard length with tight fielders in the ring.
It's going to be a bonus run, just a wide down the leg side. So to Jerry, trying to get that vital breakthrough. That's shortish and extremely well timed to the covers. And good to see Lane Berry watching as well. Juice is at home. Plenty of people tuning in today watching the Dutch team. Plenty of support over here in the Netherlands. Finals day weekend as well in the Dutch T20 competition. You feature, are you in? Are you playing or are you in rest mode?
Unsure at this stage. So
fingers crossed you'll be back on the field soon. Last ball of the 10th. Beautiful shot. And they go straight away. Good fielding though. Oh, I tell you what. Direct hit. Scott, I reckon that's out. It's aggressive running. They put Shake under the pump. Have a look at this replay. Hit well. She gets down, releases pretty quickly. If it's out, is it out? If it hits?
Safe, I reckon.
Safe, you reckon?
That's good running. I think something they probably haven't done too well to start here. They're just a little bit relaxed on the running, and it's not the sort of ground where they're going to be hitting boundaries all day. So wouldn't mind seeing the Dutch ladies here put a bit more pressure on the fielders.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a look at that scorecard, the mid-game summary. Darcy Carter, 53 off 52 not, and then 2 for 2. So Carter will continue here, 44 for 3. 10 overs remaining in this one. Big game. If Scotland end up winning, we're going to have every team on one win after playing 2 each. It'll be quite phenomenal. And it's swatted, or dismissed away through mid-wicket. And Zwilling does look like a character that isn't going to mess around.
No, as I said, she hits the ball hard, so I think she'll play a little bit of a key role here if she can get going and force a few fielders back. Yeah, I'd still like the ladies to run a little bit harder between the wickets here. They're sort of hitting it and just jogging through for one.
Callis with a gorgeous chip.
Oh, and holding the pose to finish as well.
There's a bit of, well, a bit of skill in this. We'll have a look at the replay. One of the shots of the tournament so far. Look at this. Holds the pose. Oh, there we go. Fly to delivery. Chip. And 4 runs. I'm not too sure mid-on into Callis is required, but handy boundary.
Yeah, no, it looks like a little bit of an area she's targeting there. And she said,
Yep.
Just dropping long on out there.
That would be an extra run. It's a wide. So that's 6 off 2 balls this over. That brings up the 50 for Netherlands. If they can get 1 over of maybe a 10, and they've hit 6 off 2, just takes that edge off a little bit. Short, swatted away. They should go 2 here. Will it go for 4? No. They're going to go on the arm. Once again, I reckon you can go on the arm there. It's a long boundary, but good work by Jack to keep that to 1.
Yeah, it's a massive throw out there. You'll get back pretty much every time there. So, yeah, wouldn't mind seeing them put a little bit more pressure on the fielding side here. But as you said, if they can push this over out for Swirling, I wouldn't mind seeing her take this on actually with those fielders all up.
Oh, she comes down the crease and maybe heard you from the commentary cube. Dot ball.
Yeah, no, that's good intent. That's good intent. And I think they'll probably drop long on out here for the last couple.
Yeah, and right on cue. Long on goes back. Cover goes back to deep cover. Still 5 in the ring. Yep, hit hard. That will beat Maksud at tight mid-wicket, so they will get through for the single. Good little over this for the Netherlands, just a bit of a steadier. You're right, though. Callis is the key. What's Callis thinking? Is she thinking, I've got to bat through or take educated risks, or just going about her business as she usually does?
I think she's, the way they're setting up their fields, I reckon she might be thinking boundaries early in the over and then just sort of rotate it towards the back end. Oh.
Well, she tries to take it on. Mid-on's back, though. This is a big moment. Oh, it's just short. And Zwilling will turn for 2. And, well, you have to wonder. Mid-on was back. It was a high-risk shot. And you can see there, I think she wanted to go dead straight and hit the sight screen, Scott. Big moment.
It's an interesting shot there with long on back. As you said, I think she was probably looking at a different area there.
Yeah.
But no, she's got away with it and pick up a couple of extra runs.
Yeah, it's a game of fine margins. And 2 more runs to the kitty. As the Dutch, well, just steadying a little bit after a few tight overs from Scotland. Message from Suman Rajal. Scotty, best wishes for the World Cup.
Thanks, man.
Lovely.
Appreciate it.
That's all you need.
Always love a little bit of support from around the globe.
Good to see everyone's getting behind you as well as that pushed into the offside for a single. Yeah, it's pretty massive. I mean, it must be up there with the ECL Championship of 2019 World Cup and you winning the coveted Champions League trophy. Must be even.
Yeah, well, I think the ECN trophy's probably bigger and better, to be fair. So.
What are you going to do on, I think, in November 6th when you lift the World Cup and you've won it? What's your acceptance speech going to be like? Do you fancy your chances if you win the World Cup? Could you get on a barnstormer and shock the world?
We'll just go one at a time, one game at a time there, Corey.
Yeah.
I like your enthusiasm, as you are our #1 fan.
I'm a massive fan of Dutch cricket. We'll remind you, 2003 World Cup, Kenya made the semis. Don't ask me. Well, there was a couple of forfeits and a couple of things that went on, but they did make the semis, and they were 1 game away from the final against Australia. So you actually never know in the sport world.
Yeah, that's it. So we'll do everything we can to go as deep as we can.
Now, Leicester City won the English Premier League a few years ago. No one knows how that happened, so you never know. As Chicheri will continue. Shot. What a shot! Oh, that is absolutely hammered. I'll let you talk us through this one, Scotty.
On the up. Well, wait until we get the ball back on screen here, but that is an incredible shot from Zwilling here. Fielder's all up in the ring, and she said, I'll have some of this. Back of a length.
That
clears the front leg and just punishes that through cover.
That is off the meat of that kookaburra. What a shot.
Yeah, and as you can imagine, they've just dropped out their cover there after seeing that shot.
A little inside edge this time and double. I don't care if you had deep cover back. I think that was 4. That's one of the best shots I've seen this tournament. We'll have another look at it. Look at the middle of this bat. Oh, you like that one.
Oh yeah, one of Max O'Dowd's favourite sayings actually is you can't stop bullets, and that was an absolute bullet through the covers.
Yeah, that was hood, 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 hood. Yeah, what a lovely shot. So 60 for 3. Zwilling offering some support to Callis. And another beautiful looking drive. They go on the hit and they get through for a single. I did mention that I think someone's going to have to step up, and Callis can't do it on her own, and it does look like Zwilling's taking on the challenge.
Yeah, now really enjoying her running between the wickets here as well. She's just hitting the ball hard to fielders and putting them under pressure. And as you see, if you go early enough, the chances of getting run out are pretty slim.
Yeah, I do agree. Very impressive. Last ball of this 12th over. Just defended pretty respectfully. So 12 overs gone, 50 required of 48. Score is 61 for 3. We might be on for a pretty big finish. This is what's on tomorrow on the network. We have ECS Hungary, Budapest Sticks, Cobra CC, Budapest Blinders. Who are you tipping in that one?
Yeah, the Cobras. I'm backing the Cobras in early.
Gucci will be upset because he plays for the Blinders. Tigers in the Blinds after Cobra CC Ultimate 11. The Deprecan Vikings versus Ultimate 11. Cobra CC versus the Vikings. It is amazing how we have so much cricket on the network. 5 T10s action from Budapest. We do like, at where we live, we always tune in a few moments in the day, don't we? We always tune in a little bit.
Yeah, it's always good, especially when Vinny's on air, just to throw a few questions out there. No, you were in Budapest the other week, weren't you? It's a beautiful, unbelievable city.
I didn't know this, but they call it the Eastern Europe Paris.
Right.
That's what I was told. It's it is one of the most beautiful cities I have seen, and quite a cheap little country that as well. But I didn't know it wasn't euros. So I went to go pay something.
Is it in euros?
No, it's not.
No.
So
yeah,
I didn't know. I had no idea. So I was trying to pay something, and someone was like, "Well, you've got to get the Hungarian dollar." So we get back to the action. Zwilling on strike. Rainey's going to come into the attack. Needs a good spell here to try and keep the squeeze on, because Zwilling is timing the ball quite sweetly. As that is clipped pretty nice, and well, behind square, that's a lot of work to do. There's an acre of space. Can Callis get back? No, just the 2 for now. Another question's flown in the chat from Chathu and Pawan. Scott, if you could choose a pre-tour before the World Cup against an Asian nation, who would you choose? Just off the top of your head, is there anyone in particular? Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan?
I think Sri Lanka would probably be my one, just because I obviously haven't been there before.
Oh, bold! Well, huge moment. Rainey comes in, and she produces a pretty good delivery. It was just angled in, it kept going on, and it crunches into leg stumps. Zwilling was looking good, and this game again takes another twist, Scott.
Just when you think the Dutch are getting on top again, yeah, the Scottish have just found a way to fight back, get a big wicket.
Decent pace there.
That's well bowled.
And Zwilling going for maybe a bit of a lavish shot. It has to be said against a new bowler. And decent wheels through the gate. Leg stump gets taken down, and game on for me. Game on.
Yeah, no, there's a big role for Overdyke coming in here. We've got to find a way just to rotate the strike, keep Callis involved in the game here. And what are they down to? 48 runs.
Oh, it's getting tight. It's getting tight. But yeah, what were you saying? You're saying Sri Lanka? You haven't been there, so you thought that would be a nice for a little pre-tour?
Yeah, I think, and obviously they've got. I think conditions will probably be a little bit similar to what they are in India. They've obviously got a lot of depth in their squad and in the country. So yeah, I think that'd probably be an ideal sort of place to go. But yeah, obviously anywhere in the subcontinent would be good just to get used to a bit of the conditions.
You feel like facing Hasaranga again, and Tiksar, you feel like taking that on again. You're a brave man.
That's it. Fourth time in a bit. I think their schedule. I was speaking to Dustin just before the final, and he was saying their schedule was pretty packed with obviously some test matches. They've got the LPL.
Of course, Lanka Premier League.
I think they might even have some one-dayers coming up as well. So, yeah, not exactly sure what those team schedules are going to be like, but yeah, it'd be nice to squeeze a few games in.
Overdyke's first delivery. And that's going to be a wide. And, well, for me, Rainey's getting them through.
What have they done holding her off? Maybe they're just like a little finish the game sort of bowler here. Bowl the last 4 from the top end. No,
Well,
really impressive.
Yeah, there is some decent pace about this. And, well, this will test out Overdyke, who needs to come out here and still be positive. Shot for none. You just feel callous there, 25, 47 or 45. This could go either way.
Yeah, as you said, I think the players that are batting around are just going to have to find a way, put some pressure back on Scotland, whether that's through hitting a few boundaries or, yeah, looking to hit the ball hard and run some singles again.
Nice looking square drive from Overdyke, and must be a dot ball, and fortunately finds out Slater there at backward point.
A little bit of pressure building.
Yeah,
here. Two big balls.
Well, we can hear it from the effects mic, can't we? You can hear a lot of noise in the background. And it's edged away. Well, it's a little bit controlled. Should be doubled. It is doubled. 2 handy runs. Was that a controlled little touch, do you think there, Scotty, or do you think that was more an edge?
No, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt there. I think that's a little run down. It's just, yeah, clipped a little bit more of an edge than she was hoping for, but happy days. Come back for 2. 2 off 3, so that's a handy little start there now.
Yeah, that probably releases a little bit of pressure. Last ball of this 13th over. Oh, decent pace again. You can see really hurrying up Overdyke. That's 13 overs gone. We're getting to the back end of this T20I women's fixture. The score is 66 for 4. Have a look at that bowling scorecard. One thing, Scott, and maybe Maksud, the captain's thought, how many options? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 bowlers, 7 overs. You could basically choose what you want.
Yeah, I'd be almost tempted to bring the big left armour back here.
Slater,
yeah, just for an over, just to really tie it up, see if they can snare 1 or 2 more wickets. Yeah, before this last sort of 5 over spell, I think we'll see if they can get stir out in these next 2 overs. It's gonna get pretty tricky for the Dutch middle and lower order.
Yeah, I can imagine. I do agree. Maybe, but it looks like the Maksud's going to bring herself on actually. So leg spin, which is also an okay decision. But this feels like we could be on for a really good finish here. A few changes in the field. That's okay. They're pretty well ahead of the over rate. So no need to rush. Get your fields right. Maksud. Oh, beats the bat.
Just inside the line there, it looks like.
Dot ball. Dot ball. A couple of people mentioning the outfield. Yeah, we did have a lot of rain. And people do need to remember the ground staff have done fantastic. It rained a lot overnight, and then we had rain this morning as well, so it is a little bit slower than usual. Flighted. Shot. Oh, shot. Well, give me some of that. That is one of the shots of the day, Scotty.
Yeah, we keep saying it here. This is starting to build a very nice innings here. Callis, if she can get herself to a little 50 and take the Dutch across the line, that is lovely. Just a little bit of width and throws the hands over mid-off there.
Yeah, what a shot that is from Callis. Just releases a lot of pressure. 41 or 40. Really, the barometer in this innings. If Callis gets out right now, I say Scotland's ahead. Right now, while she's at the crease, though, Holland are definitely ahead. So, interesting game.
I like this little field change again here. They've brought up backwards square.
Yeah.
Drop mid off, and just want to see if Stir's going to go across the line here and have a sweep at her.
Will she? Oh, no. Oh, wow. Gets away with it. And you can see Callis sort of a little bit disappointed with herself. Misses out on one.
Good fielding off her own there.
Yeah, credit. I mean,
Dive across.
wasn't the ball that she would have hoped, but keeps a dot ball. Oh, it's bowled. Huge moment. Maxud, the captain, decided to bring herself back on. It didn't spin. It skidded on. I think Scotland's ahead, Scott, as it rattles the off stump.
Yeah, above 6 and over here with 2 new batters. Now it's going to be a little bit of a tricky chase now. 5 down.
Oh, it's massive.
As you said, the Dutch bat a little bit deep, but
look at this. Doesn't spin. Clips the top of off. And that's a huge wicket. You can see the celebrations. Callis looking to cut, thinking the ball would spin a little bit. Gets completely done. Just clips the off stump. Ooh, keeper's gloves are very close to those stumps as well, but definitely ball hitting the stump. And right now, Scotland fighting right back.
I'd like to see her action here, because it looks like she's just spinning it out the front of the hand here. Might be getting a little bit more skid than a traditional leggy might.
A lot of people in the chat were saying they think Netherlands will win this, but this might change their view. Let's have a look. Yeah, you're right, actually. Could that have been through a little bit of the front? It just didn't turn. It just skidded on. And you can see Callis hoping to play the cut shot. She'll be disappointed to get out now. Warm round of applause. But for me, with that wicket, I think Scotland pull ahead in this 2-horse race. And someone in this lower order is now going to have to take on the gauntlet of making some runs. Lynch comes to the crease. Overdyke's there. We've got 41 required of 38. Game on.
They've got to find a balance here. They can't afford to just soak up balls to get each other in here. They've got to find a way to keep rotating.
Well, that helps. It's a big full toss. It's in the gap. It's 4. What a perfect start for Lynch. This game is topsy-turvy.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about there. If they can just start building this partnership without taking too many balls to get started, yeah, it'll just allow the Dutch to keep that run rate at 6 and over or so, and well within reach.
Yeah, 37 off 37. Can Lynch come out and play a little cameo? Oh, it's gone! Another wicket. Maxud gets extra bounce this time. And can you believe it? Scotty Edwards is distraught in the box because he's a Dutch supporter. I can understand. But a great catch from Lister, the keeper. Scott, talk to us about this catch because that bounced.
This is real good bowling from Maxud here. First one, obviously, as we said, skidded through. She's obviously just given it a little bit more flight and a little bit more bounce, and yeah, just found the edge of Lynch. And as you said, very good keeping to come up with that ball.
Yeah, Lister with the catch. Look at this catch. That's good keeping. That has bounced a lot. And Maxud, the captain, knows who to bring on. Brings herself on. 2 wickets in the over. And well, you can see they're ecstatic. They believe. And Scotland just keep their noses ahead in this pretty good T20I. And all the pressure on the Dutch now.
I've given up thinking who's on top here.
Hey,
Every time we say someone, it just flips the other way. So,
well, what is it now? 74 for 6. 6 wickets. That column has just snuck up on us, hasn't it? 37 off 36. Scotland, big smiles. Yeah, there you go. You can see big smiles on the screen. Van Oostrom walks out there, who made a diamond duck the other day, was run out, was barbecued opening the batting. Obviously was listed to open the other day, so can hold a bat. But this really does feel like game on. They need a miniature partnership now. They can't lose another one. Bang, bang. Overdyke on strike. Rainey's got some genuine pace. And you can see that pace for sure.
Just bowling a heavy length here. Yeah, as we said, it's going to be a little bit tricky from here for the Netherlands. Just got to find a way to keep that scoreboard ticking over.
Yeah, just the scrounge around some singles, maybe the odd boundary, a few extras, but yeah, this is very interesting. Again, what a lovely heavy length, and the squeeze is on. Well bowled, Overdyke. Wants a bit of width, trying to stay leg side of the ball, but it just keeps coming in.
Just looks to be forcing it a little bit straight here. I wouldn't mind seeing her try and use the pace here and either run it down to third man or get inside it. And
there is a
that vacant fine leg
no,
area.
No, it's just outside the cube. You can't see, but there is a fielder there.
No, there you go.
So they've got 2. Yeah, they've got a very fine leg and a third. I'm not sure. They're going to try to get a single off. Van Oostrum might be panicking. Doesn't want another diamond duck, but just the one. Interesting game. I mean, if I had told you when you came into the com box, it's 5 for 40 about an hour and a half ago, and Scotland were batting. It didn't look like making a run, and well, credit to them. At the moment, they're not far away from a famous victory.
Yeah, now it'll be interesting to see what happens in this next 5.5 overs. As she comes in, another heavy length. And Oostrum just look to be struggling a little bit with that pace there. But
Daughter of?
Yes.
Daughter of Rob Van Oostrum.
There you go.
Yeah, who did some physio work for the national team.
Doctor joined us in we were Australia for the World Cup.
Nice.
Yeah.
So it comes from a
I'm
good.
sure he'll be tuned in.
Oh, he'll
there.
be tuned in. Big cricketing family.
Oh, it's a great shot.
It's a lovely shot to a very full ball. But what an over this is from Rainey. Rainey's spell actually has to be discussed. 1 for 6 coming in at a crucial time. Just jams down on that.
I reckon there's, as we spoke about before, there's probably a single there. We'll look to put a little bit of pressure on these fielders. It looks like they're sitting back on the ring a little bit.
Very, very interesting game brewing up indeed. That's going to be a bit high. Imagine, no, gone! Another wicket. Scotland are running away. Well, she's gone for a duck, unfortunately, and Rainey's extra pace is proving crucial at the moment. The score, 75 for 7, and Scotland start to believe they're going to win this. We'll have a look at the replay. It looks straight. The only question for me was height.
Touch and go here. Might be just clipping the top of leg.
Yeah, it looks straight. It's hard from that reverse view for us to always know. Okay, well, maybe the height's okay. That one's going to tell me a little bit more. No problem. If you can give me that one again, that sort of angle view, that one's good because it shows me the height. Not that one, the other one. Yeah, so let's have another look. Pitches, is it going on to hit leg stump? I've changed my opinion on the height. This one tells me the height's okay. You look at it slowly. The height's okay there. It's actually skidded through. So the question is it clipping leg stump?
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of an umpire's call, clipping leg stump, I think. So
yep.
Good decision there. But yeah, that's putting Scotland well ahead here. It looks like they're gonna someone's gonna have to play a blinder of an innings to chase down this last 40 or so runs.
Well, yeah, it's all of a sudden I think they've lost 3 wickets for not many. Maksud will continue. Comes charging down the crease and bit of yes, no. Let me just have a look at the fall of wickets here, Scotty. It was at one stage 63 for 3. So they've lost 4 for 12. And they've lost 3 for 5. A massive collapse. And Netherlands will be devastated. But they're not out of it just yet. They've got to still believe. Tell you who might be getting cheered off. Darcy Carter, who just picked that ball up, has got 2 wickets, 53 I should say, and if Scotland win, you might be looking at your player of the match.
Probably a bit unlucky to have only bowled 1 or 2 overs.
2 overs in the end, but yeah.
A bit unlucky here, but no, Maksud's done well in this last over, and yeah, obviously building a lot of pressure in these last few overs.
Well bowled again, and yes, no, maybe well, yeah, that rate starting to get up a little bit. You look at the comparative scores, unbelievable, almost identical.
Yeah, obviously the only difference being an in-batter on 40-odd.
Yep.
Scotland there.
Good call. Oh, there you go, the old, forgot to let go of it, almost run out. And yeah, a lot of credit to Darcy Carter. That was her first international the other day. Got a duck on debut, then makes 53 the next game. So one to look out for, as that's going to be a tight single. Good fielding from Slater. That's a cannon from mid-wicket, but they'll get a single. Do we have one more twist? That's the real question here. Scotland have grinded and grinded and grinded. They've pulled their noses ahead, but do the Dutch have anything left in the tank?
If they can take it deep here and get it to 10 or so off the last over.
Cut away, should be one, will be one.
Good running between the wickets here.
Yeah, so what are you saying here? You think?
So if they can score, I'm going to say 20 off the next 20 balls.
Okay. that would leave 13 off 5.
Yeah.
Happy with that?
Yeah. With an extra boundary somewhere in there.
Okay. Well, big fully, can't get it away. Just a single Maksud, gets through another go over. Pretty quick over as well. They only took a minute 30. They do get through the overs, these ladies. There's 16 overs gone, 79 for 7. 4 overs to go. As this is tomorrow, Scotty, and, well, we'll be parked up on the couch, I know, and you'll be watching a bit of Luxembourg, Malta, Romania, Switzerland, France, Romania, and then I'll be back tomorrow afternoon because we've got Thailand, Scotland, 4 international matches, ECN Network.
Here we go. Is the big Pavel Florin.
Not selected.
Not selected.
Hasn't been selected for a few years, Scotty.
Okay.
Romanian cricket's progressed a long way since those days.
There you go. There you go. Great man.
Lovely message from Suman Rajal saying, Scotty, please come for commentary the next day. We love you. He wants you back. Scotty, could I get you back? You never know.
It's probably, that's well played, run down to third man. Probably depends a little bit on the traffic back from Utrecht to Rotterdam there.
But tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I do that trip a few times. And
I don't want to make you worry. Last night I was in traffic for about 2 hours.
Okay, that's going to lose me
Yeah.
if that's the case.
Got told I'd had a nice dinner cooked for me, but played of chips in the end. But anyway, 80 for 7 is 31 off 23. Here we go. Getting to the crescendo in this. Oh, that's a no-y. That must be high. Must be high. It's going to go for 4. Has it been called? No, it's only a 4. Well, not only it's just a 4, it's a 4, which is handy, but I'd love to see the height on this. That must have been close.
I'd like to see the benefit of the...
Oh.
It's a long way up there. I'd like to see the benefit of the doubt to the batter there.
Well, it's a handy boundary. It's just out of our shot, but...
Just run down the wicket.
I know, but for me, the bat swing looked high. But look, it's umpire's call. 4 runs, still very handy. Oh, crunched again. To mid off. Well, all of a sudden, Overdight looks like found a bit of touch, and maybe we have another twist.
Yeah, no, this is a good little aggressive partnership here between the two. I don't know exactly what they've scored off the last few balls, but bringing the game back in here. If they can just get it back to run a ball. So maybe 1 or 2 more boundaries in the next couple of overs.
Yeah, that's a dot ball. You can see there's been a switch that's flicked, hasn't there? It's no more little tippy-tappy, ticky-taka cricket. They're really trying to hit it. Rainey's bowled a fantastic spell, but sometimes when there's extra pace, you get anywhere near the middle of the fly. Even a little edge here for 4 would be super helpful. 26 off 20.
Obviously, Rainey's probably going to bowl the last couple of overs from that end, so they do have to find a way to score off her here.
Well, oh, top edge, and gone! Well, almost hits the helmet. That's out. Nice catch from Lister, the keeper, who points to the helmet. And in the end, that's out. It's a little top edge that ballooned. What a good catch.
Crafty slow ball as well here. I don't know if that was just an off cutter or out the back of the hand.
Oh, yeah.
Leg cutter.
Leg cutter. Back of the bat, maybe rolls off the body. Lister takes the catch, avoids the lid, holds it. A little bit of mayo on the roll, but that's a crafty bit of bowling, and it's a very crafty catch from Lister. And you can see the smile on the Scottish faces who, well, they believe now. They are 2 good deliveries away from stealing a victory. Just to remind viewers, in the first innings, they were 5 for 40 off 10 overs, and I didn't think they were making 100.
No, they've had a sensational little comeback here.
Since you've actually come into the com box, you've... I don't know how this is possible, but Scotland have played phenomenal since the moment you've walked in.
I might have to leave the comms for the last couple of overs here.
Yeah.
No, they're still with Overdyke in here.
Yeah.
She obviously is the key here. She's probably going to have to get the majority of these last, 25 runs or so.
85 for 8. What a comeback. What a fantastic comeback from Scotland. Last ball of the 17th. Wow. Okay. What a shot. Landier smokes that out to deep cover and will keep the strike. Single. So 86 for 8. That takes us to the last 18 balls of the game. 25 to win. 2 wickets in hand. Scotland have their noses ahead, but it's not over just yet.
No, it'll be interesting to see who the captain goes to here. If she's going again.
Yeah,
There we go. Leg spin with 3 overs to go.
I don't
Could be
mind
genius or...
I don't mind it. Long boundaries, getting extra bounce. I think it's very hard to hit the leg spinner over the leg side. I've got mid-off in the ring. Not sure on that one. I think I'm dropping my mid-off. Maybe.
For a number 10 bat.
I just saw land here shot through the offside.
No, that's fair. That was
probably the greatest square drive I've seen from a number 10. Anyway. First ball of this 18th over. Little under edge. These are the bits of luck you need when you need a lot of runs. They've got to get 2. They come. Is it a good arm? It's a decent arm.
Great running between the wickets here.
They're going to need a lot of this. Start to scrounge every run. It's a little underneath edge and went straight through the keeper's legs. Little bit.
It's well placed.
Good. yeah, good. If you can perfect that shot, you've
there every time.
Well, a little bit of luck. It's happened a couple of times. I don't think looking for a man-cad or a run out, as it's called these days, just losing her action. Flighted delivery. That is smoked. Just the one. Tell you what, from what I've seen from the land here at number 10, doesn't look like your traditional number 10. This game isn't over, folks. There's Darcy Carter on your screen, who's had a fantastic game. Player of the match for me. Flighted. Hit out to Darcy. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. Clean.
Good fielder here as well.
Yeah. Looks like a real complete cricketer. 53 not out and 2 wickets in their first over today. Fantastic effort. And if Scotland get home, they owe her a lot of plaudits, but they're not home just yet. 21 off 15. Yeah, good call. This is probably what we need to see a bit earlier, isn't it, Scott? This is aggressive running now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you've just seen them be able to put a little bit of pressure back on the bowling side here. And as you said, it's something that potentially they've started a little bit late in the innings. But 20 off 14 balls, they're 1 boundary away from keeping this on track.
Little Tolwenda. It's out to deep mid-wicket. Can they put the pump on for 2? There's a fitment. Oh, there's a misfield and they didn't go. They ran the first one hard, just had to back it, didn't they?
It's funny how when you do put teams under a little bit of pressure, mistakes in the field. But yeah, that was one they probably could have got an extra single out of that. So here we go. Last ball of the over here.
Can they
into bowl?
Yeah, find a boundary. They'll get one more. Not a bad over versus the leg spinner of Maxu. Maxu, good figures, well bowled. 2 for 27. We've got 18 overs bowled. The score is 93 for 8. 18 required off 12. You still feel Scotland just ahead.
Yeah, and Rainey to finish the innings. It's a bit of a strange play, this one, bringing almost seems to be their best bowler on the day. I don't know what they usually do, but saving her for the last 8 overs of the game.
Why don't you? Maybe this is something you can take to your T20 team.
There you go. It is Rainey, isn't it?
Just having a look up, I believe so. There's Lister, the keeper, who took that outstanding catch. We've got 12 balls remaining, 18. Still think Netherlands will need a little bit of luck. Maybe an edge for 4 or 2 edges for 4 definitely will help.
Mid on, mid off up.
Rainey to finish, 3 for 13. Dot ball. Big dot ball. Scotland pulling away. Well, 18 off 11. Great to have everyone tuning in around the world, even in Arnhem as well.
Really?
Don't you start.
There you go. Interesting.
Don't you start. Dot ball. Rainey. Tell you what, Scotty. Rainey picks up another wicket here. Does your man of the match move? This has been a great bowling spell.
Has, but I think Carter's sewn that one up regardless of the result here. Yeah, interesting. So all from around Holland. That's good. Game's growing.
Oh, well bowled. Well, you and I were a bit surprised about holding her back, and look at this.
Death bowling at its finest, that. Reverse swinging Yorkers.
Wow, what do you do here if you land here? Obviously, this is a little bit, you're coming out at 10 and you're versing a bowler that's got their tail up. And now it feels like it's tough for the Netherlands. They need 2 a ball from here. Overdijk just sitting there at the non-striker's end.
Oh, it's probably a no. Oh.
No, gets away with it. Just the 1, 17 off 8. You feel if there's no boundaries in these 2 balls, it could be too far.
She may have got away with one there. That's probably borderline around the waist. Oh, no, maybe a good decision. But yeah, as you said, 2 balls to go. They're going to need at least one of these balls has to be a boundary.
Hit pretty well, but it's only going to go to mid-on for a single. Question, Lantier faces this ball and doesn't get a boundary. Do you run? Or do you just say, if you know it's not going to be a 2, are you taking the single here or not?
If it goes to an outfielder,
yes, you're going.
You run 2 regardless.
Yep. If it's in the inner ring, you taking the 1 or not?
I don't think it matters. I think 6...
Well bowled, Rainey. It's another slow ball. Look, credit where credit's due, Scott. I know you're a Netherlands supporter, but Rainey's come on 3 for 15 and came on in the 13th over. What a spell.
That is a game-changing spell there. Yeah, last 4 overs of the game as well. So, no, credit where credit's due. That's a great piece of bowling, and this is going to make it incredibly hard for the Dutch ladies here. They're going to have to... Yeah, I think Overdijk's probably going to have to face up pretty much for the whole over. If she hits it to an outfielder, you've got to run 2. And yeah, where have we got the gaps here? We've got over, long off. We've got 3rd man and fine leg up. So maybe if she's got a little ramp or...
Well, that's an interesting one because Slater's going to come in and bowl the last left arm seam, and Slater's got some decent clicks, Scott. So
yeah,
I'm tempted. I'd be bringing square leg up and having third man back, I think, or maybe even cover up, because I reckon a little edge for 4 could easily happen here. But what a game. Scotland on the verge of coming back. Slater's coming around the wicket. Circa Mitchell-Stark here, tailing it away. Bit of reverse. Here we go. Last over of this T20I. Ramp shot. Doesn't get it. It's buys. It'll be buys, and it's only 1.
It's a good option, though. I like Overdijk's thinking there. What do we got? 15 off 5. I wouldn't mind seeing Lantier go for a similar sort of approach and try and flick this one over the keeper. It's going to be obviously quite long boundaries out to all corners of this ground, so see if she can use the pace.
Hit pretty well to deep wicket. They've got to go 2 here. You need every run you can. They're going to get back for 2. Can they steal another one? No. Well, we got 13 or 4, 12 for a super over, I believe. So, 13 or 4, you need a little bit of luck. Lantier's actually done all right for a number 10 here, I think, as well.
Yeah, just that little middle phase where they lost a few wickets and probably weren't ticking the strike over that's cost the Dutch here.
Dot ball, and Scotland are 3 balls away from must be said, a really outstanding innings. They were 5 for 40 in the first innings, and they fought back really well. 13 off 3.
We'll make the tri-series pretty interesting here.
Well, everyone's going to have a win,
yeah,
and everyone's going to have a loss with everyone to play each other again. So
there you go.
Yeah, it actually opens up the tri-series completely. Even this is actually a good result for Thailand as well, who will remain top of the table, I believe, on net run rate. Wide, you got to go. Wow, great keeping from Lister. I think you got to run there. I think you got to take the chance.
Yeah, get Overdijk back on strike.
Yeah, if Lister runs you out, she runs you out. That swung actually. Now 12 off 3. Tell you what, imagine if Lantier just goes deep in the barrel and launches 2 6s over mid wicket. It might flip this table. You never know. Oh! Oh! Oh, it was so close to 6. It's an amazing shot. We lost our voice in the commentary box because we said, imagine if she hits 2 6s. It bounced 1 or 2 metres before the rope.
Top edge.
It flew.
Semi-sweep shot. Bang.
It flew. That is so close. Look at it. Oh, so it's 8 off 2. Game on still. I mean, anything could happen here. A little edge for 4. Well, Landy's 13 off 13. If you thought it was over, it's not. 8 off 2. They couldn't.
You go on the same shot, aren't you? You get
Yeah.
across, use the pace. See
Could-
if you can access fine leg here.
Oh, it's well bowled. It's really well bowled from Slater. That should be it. That should be the W. But we've seen crazy things on the network before. Anything but an extra. And that should be it. 103 for 8. Scotland deserved the win. Slater bowled a pretty good last over to bring it home for the Scots. And they're going to get the win, Scotty. What a win for Scotland at 5 for 40 in the first innings. They're going to run away 7-run victors. I know you wanted the Netherlands to win, but well done to Scotland.
Yeah, no, credit to the Scottish team there. They obviously came back from what was a pretty tough position. And what a game of cricket, coming down to the last over there. Yeah, obviously a little bit disappointing for the Dutch. I think they would, as you said, they would have taken 110 at the start of the day.
Yep.
And yeah, just couldn't get those contributions they needed through the middle. I thought the opening pair, well, Stair looked all right at the start, but yeah, no, credit to the Scottish bowlers. They just kept pulling them back, kept finding a way to take wickets.
Yeah, and I want to say a massive thank you to you, Scotty Edwards, who's joined us in the commentary box, and good luck for the Cricket World Cup.
Thank you, Corey.
So I would say a big thank you to Scotty as we take a quick look at the highlights. And, well, we did think the Netherlands were going to be the happier of the two teams going into this run chase, only chasing 110 to win. And it was a really, really interesting start. Seeger's got a little bit ahead of herself trying to play ultra aggressively. And the wickets just kept on falling at wrong times, it has to be said. And, well, you look at these highlights and it should have been a pretty easy chase, but a lot of credit has to go to Scotland. They did everything they needed. They took wickets at the right time. The keeping was very good from Lister. And overall, they deserve this W. It's a great comeback after such a difficult first day against Thailand. To come back and field well, bowl well. And Darcy Carter, for me, what a fantastic individual performance to get her team over the line. Her second international T20. T20 officially, and to hit a 50 as well is fantastic. That was a nice shot from Zwilling, probably one of our plays of the day. She crunched it through the offside and got it away for 4. But the wickets kept coming. Hannah Rainey, what a name that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Came in as the 7th bowler and bowled wheels. And Maqsood backed her up. This was the big wicket. Stir Callis looking to cut it, didn't get it away, and in the end it went through the gate and bowled it. And you can see the celebrations from the Scots, super happy indeed, and you can understand why, as the wickets just kept on coming. And for Lister and everyone involved, they'll be super happy indeed as the girls make their way over to the player of the match ceremony. I think they're all going to come and have a bit of a watch, as Scotty Edwards is doing the handing over the trophy still, even though the Scottish had the win. But yeah, what a fantastic display overall from the Scottish side. That was with 3 balls remaining. We lost our breath for a split second, as that one almost went for 6. But overall, Slater bowled a good last few deliveries. They got the win, and Scotland fought back well. They were 5 for 40 in the first innings, and they end up getting the W. So if you do bear with us, we'll have a player of the match ceremony in a sec. We do look at that scorecard. 29 off 28 for Callis, and well, everyone else tried their best, but unfortunately couldn't really get going. 104 for 8 was the end total. Well, Scotland take the chocolates in this one. A very good defence of 110. They run away 6-run victors. Had a great comeback after their game against Thailand. Really impressive display from the whole unit. And we have a look at the bowling scorecard. Everyone chipping in. 3 wickets for Rainey, who came in as the 7th bowler. Fantastic effort. And overall, a brilliant win. Darcy Carter 2 for 12, 53 not out. And what a display it is overall. So that does take us to the end. 104 for 8. And Scotland win by 6 runs. Yeah, so we'll be on camera for player of the match just in a few moments. Join us now. Hello everyone and welcome to the Player of the Match ceremony. Scotland won a really good game by 6 runs. We've got the national captain from the Netherlands men's team, Scott Edwards. Scott, you can pass Darcy the trophy for Player of the Match. Darcy, well done. It was your international debut the other day and it didn't go the way you would like, but to come out and make 53 not out and 2 wickets, how do you feel?
I feel really good. I was a bit nervous, I think, my first game, but just to come out and play how I want to play, do that today, was great.
Oh, fantastic. And tell us a little bit about your team, because it was a tough game against Thailand, but to come out and win that against the Netherlands, in the Netherlands, how proud of you of your teammates right now?
Really proud. I think we found that first game quite hard to come back after not playing much international cricket, but I think we put up a really good fight today and hopefully we do that the rest of the tournament.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Darcy. Put your hands together again for Darcy. Fantastic. Thank you. So that does take us to the end. A fantastic win for Scotland. They win by 6 runs. We're going to be back again tomorrow at 2 p.m. because it's Thailand versus Scotland. Every team in this competition have 1 win and 1 loss. It's game on. Join us again tomorrow at 2 p.m. Bye for now.